Good evening, all. Welcome in. We're going to be going through a adventure in Smalland today. Per my Discord, my chat members were kind enough to vote for this one because I was really curious on the expansions. There have been two since the last time I played Smalland. One with the mouse and rat campsite, and then another that just dropped recently where allegedly there are two new tree bases towards the Forbidden Lands, as well as the possibility of a new bird. So I'm really curious to see both of those. But bear with me just a moment as I go through a little bit more setup. I went ahead and pre-launched the game just because Smalland has some really abysmal loading screens. So I want to make sure that everything looks good on my end. So we are seeing the correct thing on stream. Good deal. And mic is live. Alrighty then. So let me go ahead and get the game activated. There we go. Worried me there for a moment. I thought we lost visual. But we resume our journey. I have done a little bit off screen where in the beginnings of the game there's a few minor boss fights that you have to go through to advance the plot. I went ahead and took care of those, but now we get to go through the enthralling fun of a fetch quest, of where I have to go down to the south, meet an NPC, report to the Elder, then head to the north. The north is where the expansions are, so I'm curious to see how those go. And I'm not quite sure if that's in relation to the proper compass in the game. To me, it's just the way the map's oriented. So I'll show you where we kind of have to go from here. It looks like I'm back at the original starting area. So for this, as I reacclimate to the controls, this is where we currently are with the Elder. Our goal for the day will actually be to go all the way back down to the south to meet an NPC here, get a little bit of information from him, and then march back to the Elder, and then go through a cave here, around here, for the Forbidden Lands, which, as you can see on this profile, I have not yet explored. But excitingly, I do see the new tree bases indicated on the map. So that means that they actually have those. Welcome in, Corvus. How are you doing today? How's your Saturday treating you? Uh-oh, did I lose controller input? I'm glad that you're having a great Saturday. There we go, now we're back. And I'm likewise doing alright. Got a little bit of a frog in my throat at the moment, but other than that, can't complain. I'm very glad that you voted for Smalland to see this one. I can't remember if I've played this one on stream and you've had a chance to take a look at it. That may have only been Resurrect. As I was kind of going through the intro, just kind of laying out the plan for the day, we have a little bit of walking to do, so you'll get to see at least some of the nicer areas in Smalland. Oh, awesome. Yeah, this is a game I played since early access and really enjoyed it, but I wish the devs had kind of left it alone because they changed a lot of the mechanics after full release, and I'm not too happy with how they did that, specifically about the crafting and the tame systems, but it's still a very fun game. It's one of those nice and cozy ones, because the neat thing about it is you can make it as difficult or as hard as you'd like it to be. So I actually have it where the creatures are docile until I attack them, as I would imagine a small critter would be. The premise of the game is you are essentially not quite a kobold, but a small woodland creature who lives in harmony with nature. and you have just come out of your burrow for the first time, and humanity seems to have disappeared from the realms, and all that's left is nature. But the animals have started to act weirdly, being more aggressive, or there's an unbalance going on in the ecosystem. So you are a vanguard sent forth to investigate and help resolve things. And similar to a fairy in that you can get wings, but by default you don't have them. This is actually an armor set you can unlock. Because most small folk are actually grounded, but they can jump really well. So for example, let me pull out a torch so we can actually see. Because the nights be dark and full of terrors. Now, do I even have a torch on this character? See arrows. See my bow. I may not. But in the sense of once you unlock the wings, you can fly. Well, glide, rather. And you kind of come from a society where you worship a great owl. So where I'm going now is actually to his totem. Just so you can take a look at that, and I'm hoping to pass the night by. Got stuck. They really are. And one of the other interesting things they did in this is the ecosystem actually has a weather system. So there's both rain and sun, and then there's seasons. So right now we're kind of in the abundance of summer, but as we go through today, you'll probably see it change quite a few times. But here's the great owl statue. I'm kind of doing it a disservice because I'm standing right beneath it. But I loved the firefly effect that they have at night. There we go, back to the game. Ah, good. The sun's starting to rise, so we can actually get a look at things. Because the day-night cycle, I do have it set where it's not too long. I can show you my little base. Because admittedly, this character is kind of cheaty in that I have one character that I played through from early access, but it's kind of a buggy account, pardon the pun, in that it has some glitches and some jittering to it that doesn't exist in this version. But I did transfer some of my items from that character to this one, just so I could have a little bit of an easier start. But then I made the fatal mistake of realizing that any equipment that I transferred, I can't repair, because this character is too low level. So while I have some good MacGuffins, I have to be very careful how I use them. And one of the best things about this game is the vistas. They did a really nice job with the ambiance of it. You see, there's sunrise. And for new players of the game, I definitely recommend holding off on getting the wings as long as you can. Don't rush towards them, because the playstyle changes dramatically from where you go from a grounded state to having a little bit more mobility. The grounded state is actually quite fun. So they did a good job with the game in making it have that kind of duality to it. See if I can get up here. Yes. think my plan is maybe get some elevation, and that way we can take a little bit of a tour. Because we have a few jaunts to go through. I have to make it from the north of the park to the south, then back to the north, and then to the far north. So this is going to be a very Tolkien-inspired walk through the woods. We have to do a little bit of parkour to get to the top of this tree. I don't know if I'll go to the very top, but I might, just to show where you can build some of your bases. Because one of the neat mechanics in this game is you can build a base on the ground, which I have. The problem with those is they're stagnant bases. But if you choose to build atop a great tree like the one I'm scaling now, you can actually teleport your base to new trees. Walk through the woods are cozy. That's some of my favorite time ever spent, is just kind of meandering through the woods with no real aim or purpose other than just to kind of be there. I admit I'm kind of remiss that I haven't done that in a while. So vicariously I do so through Smalland. That's probably one of the most endearing factors of the game, is because it does give you that really nice sense of scale, in that you do feel like a small creature. It is super handy, especially given how far apart the bases are. So as you're kind of progressing through your exploration and advancing in the plot, being able to move your entire base and take all of your resources with you is super handy. But I admit I do like the charm of building on the ground, because there are some very scenic areas, like the mushroom forest, or one of the houses I built is actually atop a log overfacing a stream. So there are pros and cons with both. And they also added in, I think, a third update not too long ago, a quality of life thing of where before when you build, you used to have all the resources on hand. Now they can actually do it from a nearby chest, or if you're within X amount of feet of, or X amount of meters of wherever you have your resources stored. So that's handy. The problem there is if you have anything earmarked for additional supplies, you may lose it. So I've made it to the top of this tree, and you can see we have a nice wide area to build on, and whatever you build in this tree can teleport. And the other, I'm kind of on the fence about this one. The other neat thing that they did was, once upon a time the great trees weren't connected, but now they've changed it so that their branches actually extend to all of the trees, so they're interconnected. So you could literally walk from one to another, like a metropolis. And the little wood statues, there's two of them. There's this gentleman operating the airlift, so if I were to claim this great tree as my own, he can actually ferry me up and down it, so I don't have to scale the mushrooms every time. And he's called the Tree Butler. And then this little one is what you use for making a tree public. And when you make it public, you can actually invite other players to your world and share resources there. And the problem there is a modicum of PvP/invasion type things that can occur. So I usually keep mine offline, just because this is a survival/crafting sim. I really don't want that in that game. But I think you can make a private server and invite people to it. The problem with the private servers, according to the Discord, is they don't obtain the updates regularly. So, you don't like it watching over your home? I don't either. It seems like it's a good ward for spirits, but also wards me away too, so creepy little gnomes. So this is where you can claim the tree. But I have one elsewhere that I can show off later, I think. I don't know if I've built atop it yet, though. But kind of taking a look at the map real quick. Oh, good. We did go the right direction. Because my aim is actually to get to this NPC here. Because then I have to go from him to the Elder, and then to the far north. But these indicators on the map are where you can have home bases. So as you can see, there's some near almost every impactful NPC, with the exception of the Greylands and the swamp. Which is kind of sad because the swamp is one of my favorite biomes. Minus all the spiders, but, well, it makes sense why they're there. Yes. For a bit of a spoiler, the Black Hornet is where you get the wings that I'm currently wearing. Because one of the neat things you can do is, as you progress the story and beat certain bosses, you can unlock new armors or new abilities. And the Black Hornet is the one where you get the sapphire wings. These ones. And I like these because they're translucent and they glimmer in the sun. The first wings that you can actually unlock come from the bee colony with Tristana. And they're okay. They're kind of small for the figure. I much prefer these because they seem a little bit more proportionate. But I need to... And this is a new feature. In the original access, you couldn't mark things on the map. But now you can, so it actually appears on your nav bar there. But yes, as far as bosses go, there's a rhino beetle, a black hornet, a spider matriarch, an albino spider. I think there's even a praying mantis one that can invade your base here, but I think it's only found in the treetops. I've yet to encounter that one. And then there's a stag beetle. I'm trying to remember. There's at least 2 other minor bosses, but those are later game spoilers. If you're interested in a spoiler, you eventually fight a falcon. Which, as you can imagine, at someone of your stature, it's quite scary. Because the first flying mount that you can... Well, not first flying mount, because that's actually a damselfly. But one of the flying mounts that you can unlock is a blue-tit bird. And that thing shakes the ground as if it were a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And it looks like we're entering fall now that the leaves are starting to turn. I think I can make it in this flight. Oh yes, it's quite the intimidating one. I wonder if it would be better to go that way. But this will show you more of it. Yeah, some crazy Smalander managed to tame a falcon, and it became its mount. And here's our first little creature. Again, I have it turned off where they're not hostile normally, but geckos and I think they're called lovers are some of the more fearsome foes you fight early on. And the world event is something they added later. It's usually a swarm of a specific kind of creature, for example, hornets. And depending on how many of them you fell, you can unlock extra bonuses, such as like armor or guild points, where there's actually factions in the game of where you can say join the spider colony or the bee colony and get extra perks, depending on that. Or there's another one led by, I think the character's name is Scotty, where you focus on animal taming. So you get extra perks for those as well. And I think the last world event that I typically do is the Massive Hornets, where there's 5 or 7 of them that you have to fell, and you get points for doing so. So for example, there's one of the scary beetles. And that's just an overworld enemy, that's not a boss. But just for size comparison, he's massive. And I don't think... Can I get up this way? I can. Because one thing you may notice is I'm starting to see human-based structures. This is a kind of fun little area. And most of what you see is either interactable or it is a crafting item. So, for example, these tulips actually give you both leaves and flower petals, which can be used in medicine and building materials. Thinking about the world events, one of my favorite ones took a while to unlock, but it was with the Scotty NPC, of where you have another set of wings, and they honestly look like they're Da Vinci inspired, because they're sewn cloth that have more of a mechanical look than a biological one. And it's a set of 2 wings on either side, and they are massive. They remind me a bit of Da Vinci's flying devices. But to unlock them, it was a bit of a grind, which is one of the unfortunate things. I see why they made the grinding mechanics, but I miss early access where things were a lot easier. Because, for example, in early access, in order to tame a creature, all you had to do was kind of bop it on the nose, and then press the button to tame it. Now what you have to do is not only bop it on the nose, but you have to lay a trap. The trap has to succeed, and then the creature has to be willing to be charmed. Because you can trap a creature and it still not be considered a tame. Which I admit I have not done since they changed that mechanic. So I'm curious to see, because what frustrates me is you have to create not only the trap, but the bait that goes into the trap. And then there's a chance that it would fail, so it's a lot of grindy for resources. And I'm trying to remember my way. So I know there's a side way in, but I may just go through the front. Because what you're really supposed to do is, if you're going to play the game normally, is you unlock a flying mount and make your way here. So, for example, I could tame one of the hornets and use it to traverse this realm a little bit easier. But I'm going to go the stubborn route and do this instead. Excuse me. And let's see, I'm too short for that side. I think I can get up over here, though. There we go. Your creature can jump pretty far, but there are limits. Oops. Up we go. Oh. And this is fun. I wasn't sure if this would be the case, but I should have guessed that it would be. In my first playthrough, when you build something in the overworld, because I'm playing in the same sandbox, so to speak, my previous builds are still here. So, likewise, before, I didn't know that you could get a flying mount, and traversing this chasm was difficult. So what I ended up doing was making this makeshift rig so that I could do this. So if that's the case, then the tunnel we're going to go in later should have all my torches still there, which will be nice because that is a very long and dark tunnel. And one of the other things that they did too was the creatures level up with you. So, for example, when you first start exploring, you notice you fight geckos and other things, but now there are lizards, which are substantially more a formidable foe than, say, a gecko, which I think, given my stature, either one of them would be terrifying. And so, like, in similar fashion, you start off fighting, say, jumping spiders or just casual brown spiders, but then you can also encounter black widows. Or likewise, you start off fighting bees and then later progress to hornets. And here we go. Just a little bit further to the NPC. We've got to make our way down through this area, which, as a quick look around, was once a chapel. Well, I have to think on the terminology on that one. I don't think it's quite a chapel because it also includes a crypt, which is where we're heading. So maybe full church with graveyard would be a better explanation for it. And I probably should pause and make a torch, because where we're going does get rather dark. It does remind me a bit of that. Especially given the scale of where it's like, oh, this has changed quite a bit. So let me show you this as well. Do I have enough resources to make... I don't. I need some resin. Shame on me for not getting that before. I think there's some resin over here, because I don't think there's any down below. Because I need to be able to make a workbench. Exploring the wilds is really nice in this, in that you get the sense of scale, but then you enter areas like this, of where you realize just how tiny you really are. There's some resin. So thankfully there are some things in the overworld where you can just gather it without having to interact with it too much. But see, for example, the stones, in order to get those, I would have to use a certain kind of pickaxe, which I don't think I've unlocked on this character. Because one of the... and this has been true since early access, your tools deprecate, so the more you use them, the more wear and tear they get, but you can repair them. And then there are certain kinds of tools that are required based on the level of material you're trying to farm. Or trying to harvest. So for example, the stone cutter... not stone cutter, but the stone pickaxe is fine for standard stones, but for later game ones, like pyrite, you need a very specific kind of pickaxe. Similar with your axe, of where I can fell normal flowers with a standard wooden axe, but some more of the... how to put this? Those with thicker bark require a different kind of axe, so a different kind of sharpness. But let me craft this real quick. And everything kind of starts with a workbench, which I may not have needed to create a torch, but why not? Repair kit. Simple kit used to repair equipment. That's new to me. Hello. And let's see if we can't equip something there. Oh, that's new. I must have added that later. I unlocked some new build materials from that. Let's see, here's a outcrop of pyrite. I don't have anything to harvest that yet, but that's a useful endgame material to allow you to craft metal structures. Now we go down to the deep dark. Ooh, they made this even darker. So we went from a chapel to a crypt full of cockroaches. And just for comparison size, I am tiny. Oh, it does. I love the crypt area. They did such a fine job with it because they give you that kind of spooky ambiance to it. Plus, I'm very partial to the candles. So I say you can't go wrong with those. This is a good example of some of the things you can later craft of. This is a pot to make stew from. This is a kind of workbench where, similar to the one I just made, you can craft additional materials. I love the little hammock bed. And then this is a forge. So when we get to my base later, I can show you some of those. But it may be a little while before we're there again. I'm trying to recall my way through the maze here. Because there's the door to the crypt. Again, just a sense of scale. They did a really fine job with this. Because I feel small. And very much like a Souls title, is it does have decent combat. It has where you can use sword and board, or as my preference usually goes, is archery as well. And I think they even have a greatsword as well. So, in hardcore mode, all of these creatures are hostile. So you can imagine it's quite the slog to get down here. And areas like this can be quite daunting because there is fall damage, and these creatures can push you off. But where I made this a cozy game, I've kind of disabled most of those features, because I have plenty of other Souls titles that I can enjoy. And I treat this one more like an exploration game. Just because it is such a beautiful little game. And not to bash on Monster Hunter, but when you get up close to textures like this, this is only set to 1080p. And I've not once had an issue with it loading in anything. Excuse me. And little features like this, of where you just walk across the brace of the door. This was a scary part in my first playthrough, because I didn't have it set to peaceful mode. There's like 3 or 4 cockroaches through this, and cockroaches are tanky. They're scary enough for a human, let alone with little small folk. And they did a great job with the dynamic lighting. So for example, take a look at the right, where you can see the sunlight cascading through the stairwell. Just little things like that. And flies are annoying because of how fast they can dart around. But we're on our way to the Elder's old friend, who's a recluse scholar, because the premise of this game is that your queen has fallen ill, and there was once an elixir to help heal her, but the kind of alchemist that made it disappeared decades ago. And so you're set forth to find a key to unlock the chest with the elixir in it. Well, I've retrieved the key and found that, unfortunately, it did not have the elixir in it, but instead the half of the recipe for it, written in a tongue no one in the small folk kingdom now knows, save for this scholar. So the elder, who's friends with the scholar, knows him, knows that he's a recluse, and sent us on our way to go ask him to interpret the scroll for us. So that's why I had to kind of trek down here to go see him. And here's the scholar. And this advances the quest a little bit. Oh, I forgot I have to track down the merchant, too. Ooh, this may be a problem because I think he trades in pyrite. So he builds armors. So let me see. Wrong button. So there's the merchant. And that's where a world event is taking place. They do a kindness and actually mark it on the map. But I may need to figure out how to unlock pyrite. That will be interesting. And I'm hesitant to make this jump because there is water towards the bottom. And small folk cannot swim. And it actually kind of has a gruesome drowning animation. It's like, ooh. And another nice thing they did in this is the sound the creatures make can be quite intimidating. Where I didn't think about it before playing, but what would a beetle sound like to something of comparable size? Too short. Oh, it's raining. Perfect. Can show you that mechanic as well. Because there are two types of rain in Smalland. There's the kind of gentle little ones, but then there's also the more turbulent thunderstorms. This looks like it's just a gentle rain so far. Hopefully it'll last long enough for me to exit this structure. Mind the gap. Because I don't want to fall into the pit of spiders. Which, I don't know if you can see them, but they're down there with their kind of blood sacks. I don't even think I've crafted a sword on this one. Might have to do that. Because I may have to deviate ever so slightly so I can craft the extra materials to kind of level up. Because I've neglected that in this playthrough where I've just been exploring. But I may hit a roadblock. Oh, winter's here. may not be good for me because I don't think I have winter garb. Because the seasons do matter. As the snow starts to fall, so does the temperature. And my little creature can actually freeze. So I may have to go back to base and recreate some armors. Because I don't think I have them on me. I do. Okay. I've got at least something. I forget, is the merchant above or below? Because I think he's that direction. I might cheat and look. Let's see. Yeah, so he's that way. Put some proper pants on. Ooh, that may not be enough. Do I have my shirt? I do not. So let's see if I can make it real quick. That's what I'm wearing. Padded armor. What am I lacking? A little bit of fiber. Can I get fiber quickly? Don't quite see anything. So what I'll do is let me deconstruct that and we can press on. Because thankfully my health will deplete slowly as I'm freezing. But again, that's a modular setting that you can easily adjust of. You can make this as hardcore as you'd like. Oh, night's falling too. Which, in real life, it gets colder when night falls. These aren't fibers. Those are just overworld ones. Let's see. How far should I roam? Because I don't think I can cut those down. I think my axe is too... Oh, I am freezing. I need to make a fire. Well, I can cut this one. So maybe I'll get some fiber from this. Burn fuel. There we are. And then, let's see if I can't make that armor. Padded armor. Padded rep. And it does do a kindness to you where you can reclaim things. So just because you've built it doesn't mean it's permanently there. No. Okay, now I'm comfortable. Good. We can press on towards the merchant. Because I have a sneaking suspicion he'll say, no, I need pyrite. In which case, then I'll have to figure out how to do that. Because I admit, I have neglected doing the crafting in this, which is how you level up what you can actually craft. So I may have to look into that one. And there he is. Try not to get too far out of water. Because again, small folk cannot swim. There we are. I do like his little ship. And these lanterns are some of my favorite. Oh, definitely. I like his ship. So he trades hoots for pyrites, and then hoots for those. Which, funny enough, because we worship an owl, all currency is considered hoots. So there are many a pun to be had there. Okay, so that might be the workaround, is I farm the little spiders. Because 10 of those is a hoot. Roughly 10 pyrite value. Alright. So now we get to make our way back up. I probably should have gone the other way. One thing I wish they had done is they do a good job with visually indicating that the seasons have changed, but I wish they had gone that extra step and actually included the fecundness of the vegetation. So, for example, like that green leaf plant should be no more, given the amount of snowfall that we have, or give you proper reason to stock up for the winter. And I don't think they've implemented something like that. But that would be another fun survival mechanic for it. Again, to player preference, of course. Oops. Fine, I go this way. And I do like how my little torch looks like a little matchstick. I probably need to put on my lesser bow. Ah, welcome in, Resurrect. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. And you're too generous with your favorite streamer. I'm just happen to be your Saturday streamer. Unless you found another. Which would be awesome if you did. Because I think I've seen quite a few graduations and people throwing in the towel recently, so if anyone's joining in, that's great. I hate to see it when people leave. Can I get up there? No. I don't even think I can harvest clay yet. Let's see. No. Not with that one, at least. Oh, my torch is growing dim. I admit I got thoroughly spoiled on my first character because I have an abundance of supplies. This character, I had neglected it, so now I'm paying the consequences. That would probably get me some bark and some wood, which I might as well pause and grab. True, but it just seemed like April was rather a rough month for him, where there are so many all at once. But in my head it makes sense because many fiscal year end occur in April. So they had to reevaluate their books. And I neglected to see... Okay, that does drop fiber as well. Perfect. And I am heading in the general direction. Oops, I have no stamina. Oh good, at least not this round. 'Cause I know last time we were chatting you mentioned that you had lost so many of them. Oh, that's even worse. I admit I'm not fond of goodbyes, but I would at least give some kind of notice. It might be brief, but something's better than nothing. Because then you're left to wonder. And hope that they fared well. Okay, I'm heading the right direction. I get so turned around with all these larger structures. True. That's part of the reason why I was delighted that they voted for Smallands. Is not to complain, but last work week was a little bit kind of eh. So having a nice cozy game waiting for me was really nice. Not to say anything about my Souls ones, but... because I could have equally gone through Mornstead again. Because that one's a fun Souls-like for me. Why is it telling me to go that direction? Oh, because I need to go that direction. No, I need to go up. Because that's leading me towards the door. I remembered. Ah, Bella Luna. Now, where are my stairs? I think they're this way. Probably need to make another torch here soon, because that one's about to burn out. Which, you do have the option to repair your equipment, but where it gets so low, sometimes it's better to create a new than it is to repair it, because you'll use about the same amount of resources. See, regain some stamina, see if I can make that jump. Apart from the streaming news, how have you both been? Anything exciting going on? As far as my news goes, as gaming goes, I did go ahead and pre-order Night Rain. Despite my reservations, I figured I'd at least give it a try, and worst case, there's always Steam credit. And sadly not much. That's not a sad thing, because sometimes the blissful quiet is really nice as well. I'm kind of the lazy introvert of where no news is good news, and if there's nothing going on, that means there's kind of peace. But then again, there is a modicum of boredom to consider too. So it's catch-22. Some peace is good, but some excitement's also needed every now and then. Now, let's see. Do I have anything... I have a wooden sword. Bone mace. Wooden sword it is, then. I don't know why my mouse keeps resetting there. See, what else can I make? I've never used that either. Call back a companion. I don't have any companions. That's not a worry. Yeah, I have so few resources. What? I don't even have the ability to build stone yet, do I? Or no, I do. Oh, they're grayed out, because I need mortar. Reclaim those, and then... equip this. Thinking in lieu of the bow, because I'd like to maintain that one for a little bit longer. And then... hello, spiders. Yeah. And this will be a little bit of a slaughter. Oh, I forgot how seldom they drop materials. Because they have a disadvantage mechanically. Because I set them where they don't do a lot of damage. Because otherwise they can be scary in groups. And sadly there's no lock on. That'll help too. But I need to level up. Oh no, the ants are much bigger. Because I'm really looking forward to going to the next areas where you can see... okay. A new cosmetic unlocked. I'm looking forward to showing you it's my least favorite area, but it has a lot of interesting materials. And I need another workbench, because my poor sword is already in disrepair. Oh, and it takes my repair kit to do that. Interesting. That's troublesome. And this is going to take a while. These guys are not very forthcoming with their drops. The pyrite is teasing me, because I only need 10 pieces of it, but I don't have a pickaxe that's capable of farming it. I think I need like 30 of those. And yes, I'm just waiting for the torch to extinguish. Because I think it's double. I know he said he wanted pyrite. He didn't want... ooh. Might have to go on a mining expedition then. Because these blood spiders are kind of what you find on roses. Aha, there you are. And not a single one dropped anything. Oh boy. I think I'll just use this sword till it breaks. Because I'm almost to another level. Yeah, all this pyrite down here and not an axe to break it. There it goes. And then likewise, this will probably be the end of the sword. Well, almost. As generous as it is to have the silk, I need your abdomens, rather. So I've gone through stone. This is making me miss my viper sword. You just chilling? Ooh, another level. I see all this pyrite and I can't grab it. Oh, it doesn't disappear. Interesting. In early access, when something got to that low of repair, it actually went away. And then why are those... Oh, those are eggs. Ooh. That's new. I was hoping they were dropping their abdomens, which unfortunately I only have 3 of. Where's my crummy bow? Okay. Because that's the exceptional one, and I don't want to exhaust that one any more than I have to. It's too cold to wear that, so I've got the scroll. I do have a little bit of chitin on me. Trying to recall what I need to level up that, because that's the base level pickaxe. Trying to remember which one I need next, because I don't even think I can craft it. This is all that I can craft without... Okay. Slowly coming back to me in that I need to make a workbench to make certain things. I need to make a stone cutters for higher level ones. But I also need to level up. So I'm wondering if I need to go back to my base. And the likely fastest way to do that... They eliminated the quit out fast travel, which is a shame. So it might just be a long trek back. Yes, one of the things you can do is in the, I think, second most recent patch, you can abduct eggs and take them back to your base and put them in an incubator. And I think, if memory serves, actually build your companions that way. So you can, from a hatchling, train them to like you, and then raise them as your own. I don't know how that works for these little ones, though, because to my knowledge, they weren't companions. Yes, it's quite horrifying. I'm honestly not too happy with that feature, because it was bad enough where you had to go out and, quote-unquote, tame a wild creature by wounding it and trapping it. Now you can go in and abduct their eggs and raise them. So I was like, ugh, that's worse. But, to be fair, one mechanic they did add afterwards that I think is absolutely fair is, if you do select to have hostile creatures, they can attack your base. So there are events where your base becomes under attack for the reason of you stole their eggs and they want them back. So I think that recompense is absolutely fair. Blood shall spill, especially when you go for the younglings. It's like, oh, you had that coming. And the neat part is you can have all kinds of companions. In the early game, if you tame a ladybug, for instance, you can kind of use it as a pack mule, of where you cannot ride it, but you can use it as a portable storage, because it has a more robust inventory than you do. Or you can tame, say, a grasshopper and use it as a mount. And you just had a thought, is there an arachnophobia mode? Yes, there is. And the spiders, what they do in the arachnophobia mode is, I think there's gradients of it, of where in the first mode you might just see a circle with a silhouette of legs to imply where they are. And in the most aggressive form of the mode is literally just a floating orb. So it does not resemble a spider at all. Which, for a inclusivity type of thing, or an accommodation, I think that's nice when games have that. Although I will kind of question, is like, you are playing a game about bugs, and surely you would expect spiders to be in it, but I get it. Well, I don't get it because I don't share that same fear, so I have no idea what that person experiences. And yes, it is a menacing orb. Which I suppose is handy, because there are two main bosses that are spiders. There's the albino one, which is story related, and then there's the spider matriarch, who's optional. And there's all kinds of different spiders, like they have jumping spiders, brown spiders, black widows, tarantulas. So I guess I'll begrudgingly head towards my base. And hope I don't fall in the water. Come on, stamina, hold out. Yeah, we made it. Because the thing with the spiders is the venom/poison that they inflict. That's the difficult part. You can see my base from here. I didn't know I built it that close. But there's the church we were just in. Now the question is, can I get there from here? I may have to go up and around. That's actually fortuitous, it's so close. I thought it'd be quite a ways. Because the bad part is, unless I get the merchant transcription to give to the translator, the Elder won't grant me passage to the Forbidden Lands, so I won't be able to use the tunnel to go across. So you have to do one thing to do another thing to do another thing. But this is the base Resrick got to see me make the other day. I guess you could see it from there. I should have known that. But that's where we just were. And here's a lovely little pond. That was my scaffolding from building. Oops, I'm stuck. So, let's see what I need to do. Oh, thank you. This one is very rudimentary. It does. My intent was just kind of build stuff to put stuff in. I didn't design it very well. Yeah, simple yet cozy. That's kind of what we were going for. And then here's my other resources here. I didn't have enough to build the windmill, or at least this character couldn't. So I can do an iron pickaxe. I wonder if iron would be enough for pyrite. Because it's not... Oh, metal spikes. That's something you can use to defend your base from the aforementioned creatures that come to attack. Demolishes mineral resources with ease. don't know if iron's sufficient for it, though. Oh, that's new. Oh no, I don't want to have to farm the bird. Boo. That's one thing I do lament in the game, is you cannot play purely as a pacifist. It's a shame that certain resources, say like feathers, aren't ones that you can just pick up in the wilds. You actually have to go after the creature that possesses them. So, like, one of the earlier ones you find out is with the wings. In order to get those, I had to fell a great many number of bees, and I felt horrible for doing so. Well, what I should have done was gone after the hornets, rather than the bees. Embrace the guilty pleasures. But not the bees, they did nothing to me. That's flint. I'm thinking iron supersedes flint. So there's the composite bow, the chitin, formic and bone. Embrace the guilty pleasures. I'm going to leave my bow on me. Don't think I need leather for anything just yet. Suppose I could level up real quick. Because I've been trying to level my intelligence so I can repair things a little bit easier. When I should be leveling endurance, that way I can sprint and fly a bit longer, but I will eventually. And these are the factions I was mentioning earlier, of where if you, say, join the bee colony, you get certain unlocks, such as armors or extra perks for your creatures. But where I have none, I haven't joined a faction. I do need to clean up my inventory, though, so... Where's my... I guess that's my only chest. Because flint was not able to do pyrite, so I'm wondering if iron can. Keep that on me. As well as some stone and wood. I need that for fire. And likewise, I need to keep that on me. Because I've done that before, of where I'll deposit something and realize too late, like, oh, I should have kept that. That looks a little better. That's for baking. This I'll deposit as well, so I don't confuse the two. And I think I can also destroy this. I can drop it. So I need to put my iron pickaxe here. Go ahead and make a few of these, since I'm near. What is this? Oh. Because that is the other nice thing, is your companion can accompany you into battle. So I guess they've added some revive things for him. And here's the traps. Let me read this real quick. Because reinforced string on a trap. So you need fiber string and tasty bait. Tasty bait you have to bake. So that's another thing that you have to make. And delicious bait. Because I was debating on taming a creature as well, just to have one. Because I don't have one on this playthrough. My composite bow's better than that, but it's good to know that I can make that. Let me pop outside to see what I need to repair the iron pickaxe, because I know it'll depreciate by the time I get back over there. Oh, wrong thing. I need the forge. So the iron pickaxe requires iron ingot and refined wood. So I best carry some of that with me. Iron ingot. I don't have the shards, but I may in reserve. Iron ingot and refined wood. Because you need a modicum of the thing to repair the thing. So I'll take the refined wood. Because I won't be able to make another one while out in the field since I need a forge. But I should be able to at least do maybe a couple repairs. Hopefully enough to get the pyrite needed. If I were smart, I would have transferred pyrite from one profile to the other. Because that is a pain to farm. But it gives us something easy to do. So I won't complain too much. As it is nice just to be back in the park. Oh, and I forgot to show another resource. Since Corvus, you haven't played this one or seen it before, one of the other traits that small folk have is the ability to detect where resources are. And once I get across this bridge, I'll show you what I mean by that. Because I thought this was another neat mechanic. They have since changed since early access, but I like it better now than I did before. So I'll pop across to show this. But yeah, it does look kind of like an arc from a distance, but it is just a square box. My other base was more of a kind of Viking-inspired cabin, where it actually had a nice hearth and a loft where the bed is. So I might rebuild something like that. But I admit I'm kind of uninspired when it comes to building. There are some really cool bases, though. If you go on to, say, like the Smalland's Discord, they have a whole section dedicated towards building, and what some people are able to come up with is just amazing. Like, they have one that looks like Rivendell from Lord of the Rings, or they have this other one where it kind of spirals up the tree, because in later editions of the game, they actually expanded it. Before, you could only build on the very top of your tree base, and that's what would teleport. But now it's the tree entire, so you can actually build on some of the mushrooms that lead up to the base. And they made like, Minas Tirith and a few other really popular locations. The coolest one I've seen is, again, I don't know how the geniuses do this, but where you can either snap to a grid or you can freehand the building. They made circular architecture out of square pieces. So they made like the basilica or something that has a dome. The creativity of the community is nuts. I mean, I was lazy and just built out of form and function rather than, or built for function rather than form. But as promised, here's some area with resources. If I press this, small folk can actually kind of ping the environment to see what's available for harvest. Or what could be dangerous. In early access, everything was kind of grayed out when it did that, and it gave you a very narrow view. but now they remain the color of it and actually have kind of color-coded gold for harvest, blue for threat. It is bright. It's almost like a flashbang. Yes. That's what it kind of reminds me of. And I think I may be going the wrong way. So I thought I saw... No, I'm just not further up in elevation yet. So I need to make my way upwards. Because that's where the beetle is. So I'm thinking I need to go on the other side. Which, speaking of assassins, have you seen the trailer for the new game? I haven't watched it yet, but I think they dropped one recently. I think the last one I honestly played was with Ezio's storyline. Yes, I think they're coming out with another Assassin's Creed here soon. Not the one set in Japan. That one's already out, but I think it's like Baharat or something like that. I think so. I could be mistaken. It may be a different franchise, but it looked eerily similar. Again, I haven't fully sat down and watched the trailer, but I may have been developing them in tandem. So that's clay mortar. I don't think I can get pyrite out here. Oh, there's a leper. Take a quick look at him. Unfortunately, you cannot tame lubbers, but you can grasshoppers. Well, that might be why they're releasing it that fast. Are they really near bankruptcy? I wouldn't be shocked, but... Because I'm trying to remember the last quote-unquote good game that studio produced. And it's been a while. But sadly, it's the kind of circumstance of where it's a problem of their own making. You'd think after the success of Baldur's Gate 3, studios would take note and realize, maybe we should listen to our audiences. But it doesn't seem to be the case. I don't know if it's a problem where they're just listening to stakeholders, or if there's something else awry. Never mind the lawsuits and other things certain studios have been subjected to recently. Can I go that way? I think I can. Yeah, the gaming industry is just kind of weird nowadays. There are some titles we're looking forward to and others that are just big question marks. Where, like, I'll pick on FromSoft because I know that one pretty well. You have Night Rain coming out, which is an experimental title. I'm happy that it's co-op centric, so that's why I'm going to give it a fair shake and a try. But then you have eyebrow-raising ones like Duskbloods. Fans like me have been clamoring for a Bloodborne release on PC, officially, or a Bloodborne 2. But I think Sony is likely the one causing delays in that because of their copyright / who actually owns it. So I can't fault them for that. But then you have titles like Duskblood that just make me pause with a big question mark. It's not Bloodborne. It's a monstrosity. Seems like it's flavored in a similar universe, but it's a sheer departure from it because it is PvE, PvP, PvPvE. So you fight, as best as I understand it, you and your fellow combatants are the bosses. Ooh, that was scary. I double pressed that. Didn't mean to. So it seems like it is a free-for-all against player versus player. And yes, PvE, PvP, PvEVP. I hate when I heard that in the trailer. I had to pause and re-listen to it several times. And its theme is so convoluted. Like, I get Bloodborne of you have the gun for parrying, and then you have your main sword with a trick weapon. Cool, we're set there. But then in the trailer, you have somebody take off on a jetpack and turn into a partial T-Rex. It seems like a very confused acid trip. And, for the piece de resistance, it's a Switch 2 exclusive. Now, we're not sure if it's a Switch 2 exclusive in perpetuity, where it'll only ever be on the Switch, or if it has a limited release of, say, for its first year, it'll be on the Switch only. But either way, it's very much an experiment for FromSoft, and I'm just left to ponder why. I get they want to depart from, say, the Elden Ring formula, where they had Elden Ring, then they had Shadow of the Erdtree. So they're trying to branch out to see what the market wants. But who asked for Duskborn? It's... I don't know. I'll be very, very curious to see how it does at market. Never mind all the problems with the US and the tariffs, and it's a rough time. But I still commend the studio for trying something new. Let's see if I can angle this properly. There we go, I can harvest pyrite. Yay. Now the question will be, can I harvest enough pyrite before my axe breaks? And it grows darker still. I think he said I need 10 pieces, but I'm going to go a little bit above and beyond, just to be sure. Because there's nothing worse than saying, oh, I have enough, and you get there and find woefully you do not. And I probably should make another torch, because I'm kind of doing this off memory where these are. So I think there's some over this way. Yeah, I'm gonna make a torch. Which I actually don't need to do from there. I can do it from here. And I need more resin. Okay, so my axe is okay so far. I thought there was some on this side of the plank, but I only see these. So I was trying to think, apart from Night Rain, I don't really know any other titles coming out this year that have captured my eye. There's another kind of cozy game coming out, I think late this year, it's called Hawthorne, where you play as a woodland creature. Like, think Mr. Toad and Mr. Frog type ones. Or classic Disney. Oh, welcome in, Magnolia. How are you doing today? KO Magnolia. I believe you may have chatted last time and I've neglected to say hi, so I apologize for that. I think I translated it later and realized my error. Oh, no trouble at all. Thank you for stopping by and letting me know. And take care, and hope you have a great rest of your day. And best of luck finding a streamer, because it's always good to find one of your interest. Ah, Fool's Gold Pyrite. Nice. So I did have a fire down here. So let's see. It's just that, to be honest, I'm Russian and my English is bad. I would say it could be good practice to listen, but I can understand that if we're just more of a point of frustration. Even still, I'm delighted for your company while I had it, and thank you ever so much for letting me know. Likewise, take care and be safe. Let's see then. I have since forgotten how much pyrite I've collected. But I think I'll go until the axe breaks. Well, maybe not. Just sufficient enough. Because I can also trade pyrite for hoots, and hoots can get me more decorations. So let's see then. Almost 2-for-1 special there. The other thing I have to be careful of while farming is not to accidentally smack one of the bugs, because that would make them hostile, and then I'll be forced to fight it. Which wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, because again, I've kind of nerfed the settings on this. Smack the bugs. We don't want any of them. Especially the cockroaches. Nobody likes gokiburis. And you hope you can ride a cockroach? I honestly don't know if you can tame one. I know you can tame a grasshopper, a spider. I think one of the later editions is even a praying mantis. But I don't know if you can tame a cockroach. I think you can even tame one of the beetles, maybe. I never did. The grasshoppers are unwieldy to... because as expected, they can lunge pretty far. Oh, it's so dark. Yeah, we'll have to explore taming. Because I know, like, the little flies you can't. But I don't know about a cockroach. I'm going to smack the pyrite. That's the only unfortunate thing with this, is sometimes the axe doesn't line up just right, making it harder to harvest those. Oh, and the light from my torch is so dim. I wonder if the firefly one is any brighter, because that one actually gives kind of a yellowish green glow, similar to how their eyes are. And I know there's a specific cluster of pyrite that drops a nice amount. I'm trying to remember where that one is. It's closer to the ground, I think. In the corner, maybe. 'Cause I thought there was a skeleton nearby. But this should be sufficient for our needs. The other unfortunate thing is, where all the new things are is in the barren wastelands, which is one of my least favorite biomes. So I'm kind of happy we get to hang out here in the crypt a little bit longer. and they missed a golden opportunity. There is a bridge further in the Wasted Lands that I wish so much they had included bats. That would be my all-time favorite mount. I adore little bats. And that's not to say flying foxes aren't good as well. The giant ones as well, but there's just something cute about a little brown bat or a vampire bat. You just want to fuzz their little faces. Bad part is a lot of them carry rabies, so you can't fuzz their faces too easily. But the other endearing thing to them is that they devour mosquitoes, and nobody likes those. I would like to have a long conversation with somebody who says that they do, to find out why. I gotta be careful and not fall off. I think this is the bench. Oh, it's so dark. Alright, so I think that'll do for now. Let's make our way back to the merchant. Let's see, I wish you could crawl under the door to get out, but sadly it's barred pretty shut. So we kind of have to go back out the way we came in, without falling into the pool, which I think these are the steps. Yes. Memory does serve, every now and then. Then have to go where the stairs not as steep. It is funny to see remnants of my previous journeys, like that fire pit below. That was from a previous character. There we are. Now I can extinguish the torch a little bit, so we can actually see again. I think I've got all the pyrite I need for now. I'll need it later if I want to do any kind of metal structures. But I'll hold off on that kind of building for later, because I'm more curious to see the expansions. So I admit I'm kind of rushing, but at the same time taking time too. And mine the gap. Because I have to run to the merchant, then run to the translator, then run to the elder. This is where a mount would have come in handy. It'll probably be spring by the time I get over there. Without sarcasm. I mean that genuinely. It'll probably be spring. And don't fall in the water. Because again, small folk can't swim. And I'm trying to think. His boat's a little bit further that way, so I wonder if I can go through here. Because I think I can climb that branch. I just need the stamina for it. So I'll pause, say here. See if I can get this as well. Because this is useful for stone crafting. Ooh. And this is kind of the scary out-of-bounds stuff, because I don't think I can jump up that way. But I can go around here. Let's see if they've patched this. Because thankfully there aren't too many invisible walls. Recover some stamina. And I may be just gushing too much over it, but I really enjoy the sunrises and the way that it interacts with the leaves, because it actually has a pretty good sense of dappled lighting. That's a thing that some games get very well, and others don't, but just little views like that. And the way the shadows cascade. Such a little detail, but it makes such a difference in a game like this where you are so minuscule. Water texture is another one. Let's see what you think of this one, since we're going down towards a boat. This is how it laps against the shore. And even the way the light refracts. So let's see. Roughly 10 pyrite worth. Steep price, but here's the tome. And I think... oh goodness, I have 129 pyrite, and he exchanges it 1 for 20 hoots. How much? 10 hoots, 2 hoots, 2 hoots. 5 pyrite. So 10. I think I'm close, but that'll exhaust most of that. So I do like the vines. The middle part's not as much, other than, say, for structural purposes. Because if you build on metal foundation, you can actually build a bit higher than you say wood or stone, which thematically makes sense. You can always go over them with stone and wood later for cosmetic purposes. But I've got the vines. Flowers, don't really care for those too much. And then the lights. This one I do think I liked. And then how much pyrite do I have after? So, I'll hold on to that pyrite, because I may need a bit more for different purposes. But now we have the translating slab. We can go back to our recluse friend. Oh, I'm stuck. Let's see. Go away, piece of aloe. And I think, as tempting as that log is, I have to take the rock up. There we go. I can't wait to show you both the Elder. One of the things I lament in the game as well is that they don't have a armor similar to his, because I love the moth design that he has. I'm jealous. I'm like, I want to wear something like that. But I get it, the Elder's supposed to be unique. That was one thing I wish you could do is, I don't think you could tame a butterfly or a moth. One thing they did that was nice, though, is during the day you see butterflies fluttering in certain areas, but by night the moths come out. I think in this latest patch as well, they gave you mushroom decor, which is another nice thing for, say, cottagecore. I need to go this way. That other area is too steep for me to climb. Yeah, one nice thing with the game is that the NPC's voice lines are not acted. I know that's a weird thing to comment, but in this case, where the story is kind of secondary to your exploration, it's nice where you don't have that kind of detracting from it. Because while there is a storyline, it's nice just to be able to explore. And surprisingly, they actually invested pretty well into the soundtrack of the game. It's subtle, but there are certain areas where it really makes a difference. Now to remember not to double press. Because I have done it before where I've made the painstakingly climb up, and then I cancel my flight midway through. I lose enough altitude, and then I just fall. Like, oops. So then you have to make the trek back up. Which, if I recall, in my first profile, I actually have a Black Hornet. Not the one that's the boss, but a similar enough one. And I flew all the way here using that one. So thankfully it wasn't a death by gravity, but it was still embarrassing enough where I was like, well, now I have to climb all the way back up. If you've ever watched Kung Fu Panda, it reminds me of Po and all the stairs. And then stay out of the water. Oh, little lizard sunbathing. With a broken neck. You alright, buddy? It's like, that did not look comfortable. And down to the depths we go again. Let's see. And make sure I don't just face plant into the water. Can I make it? Oh no, I lost too much altitude. Oh no. I almost made it. That's a shame. I didn't know I could do that. I wonder if my other player could do that. Or my other profile could do that. Yeah, I think that's the closest I've ever gotten to making that in one swoop. But that's fine, we'll take the long way around. They couldn't make it easy on us because we had to backtrack. there's one of the doors to the crypt. And I think this is the wrong way, because I need to go that direction. So that's a dead end. Because I think you can even tame one of those. And I'm sorry, but those cockroaches are massive. Either that or I'm just minuscule, which, given my size compared to our fallen friend here, I can say I'm tiny. Because I'm barely across the eye sockets. This is just a tease of a plank where that's the way out. I think I can get by without my torch here. So we just go up and around. One thing that is nice is you can actually unlock those candles as well. So in my first base, I actually have those kind of lining the area. So it's nice for some additional ambiance. One other thing that they changed from early access to the full release is that the campfires, the furnace, the hearth, and the potion equipment all used to have a kind of permanent glow to them, as if they were constantly alight. But after the full release, they changed it so now that it requires kindling, so you actually have to burn resources in order for the flames to exist. Which, on one hand, given that it is a survival game, I grant them that, and it makes sense. But on the other, it ruined my ambiance, because I actually had a nice hearth going where it always had a fire, and it was nice in terms of lighting. Sadly, it doesn't have that anymore. It does if I rekindle it, but meh. That's a lot of resources to burn. Ah, there's the door. Right. It's all gone. But again, it is a survival game, so I can grant them that. It made sense to remove it. I can still lament it, though. But the good news is, these candles do not require kindling. Once they're lit, they're permanently lit. And they don't extinguish either, so they don't burn out. They're just more of an overworld aesthetic thing, which is nice. And we're nearly there. I took the long way down before for effect, but now I can just do this. Try not to get stuck. So I found the tome. So I've already done that piece. It's nice that it reiterates it for you. Yes, I need permission to go to the Forbidden Lands. Ooh, so I've got that part. And then I believe I need to go talk to the Elder to get his permission to cross. But now that that area is marked on my map, I can head straight there, because the Elder's all on the way. Because the problem is, I knew where the secret door was, but it wouldn't open unless I had completed that quest line. And likewise, I couldn't fly across the gorge, because there is a falcon that'll attack. Not the same one that you encounter later, but a separate one. Because there is a way to it from the Greylands, which is kind of a forsaken road. So in theory you could have tried it, but if you do so too soon, you get punished for exploration and devoured. And I believe in earlier crossings, it would even harm your tame as well. I don't remember if it would permakill them or what it would do, but it was impactful. Yes, there's a couple birds in this. There's a falcon that you'll meet later on, just kind of as a overworld protector. There's another falcon that you meet as a boss. And then there's a blue tit that you can unlock as a mount. There's a whole quest line for that. And then supposedly, I don't know if this is a new mount or if it's just a new overworld enemy, but there's another kind of bird as well. The problem with the birds, though, is, at least in the original one, to unlock a blue tit, it took quite a long time to farm all the necessary pyrite. And, at least in my game, the bird is... it's a little bitty blue tit, so it's no bigger than the palm of your hand as a human, but when it lands and moves around in Smalland, it's like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The full-on water ripples, and you feel the impact of every wing beat. Oh, it has bugs and birds. It's got a nice little ecosystem. Bugs, birds, spiders, and then in the lands we're heading towards, there's snakes, tarantula hawks, tarantulas, and for spoilers, mice and rats. Those are the two things that I have not yet seen, as they were added as part of the campsite update, which I have a vague idea where it is. I tried not to look too much up for spoilers, but I haven't seen those in game yet either. Yeah, the snake you can fight actually unlocks this really neat blade called the Viper's Fang, which, as you can imagine, is derived from the fang of the viper. And it's actually a really neat saber. I don't think I can make that in one swoop. Let's try this. Make sure I can land properly. That's where I was saying earlier that you can't truly play as a pacifist, because you do need to harm creatures in order to unlock special MacGuffins. I don't think I'll make this flight. It might be close. But I'm going to lose too much altitude, I think. So let's see if I can make it to this rock. So although that water's pretty shallow, I should be okay. I just don't want to risk it. So there's some butterflies. And if I were to traverse this area at night, they would be moths. And one of the neat things with butterflies is you usually see them in pairs, and I believe they're a mated pair, because one of them will drop eggs, the other won't. I learned that by accident. I don't think so. It'd be neat if you could. I know you can ride a damselfly, though. That's actually your first flying mount. So I'll head to the house first so I can do a repair. And a resupply, I think. Oh, I know, it's such a shame. It's like, oh, why can't you ride the butterflies? So do I not... Intelligence 40? Oh, goodness. That's gonna take a long time. So I don't think I need the hoots. Nor do I need a sapphire wing on me. How much stone do I have? So I need a few more fiber. Fiber, wood, and resin from the looks of it. Do I have resin in here? I do. I can save for later. And fiber. I might as well. It'll save me from having to do that. Looks like it'll be night here soon. Well, in a little while. But I'll stop by the Elder first. And I went the wrong way. I need to go this way down the log. As well, I can parkour a bit. I don't want to push it too much. Because I can also show off my other base if I go this way. But all this wood scattered here is something they added later on. As part of the rebalancing for early access. Or for early game, not early access. Because they actually changed the starting location to be closer to here. Rather than starting off at the burrow. And there's one of our little ladybugs. As you see again, I'm going to gush on the dappled lighting. As well, it's even prettier in, say, spring and summer. Winter does a good service to it too, because you can see the trees are bare. I think my house is up here. It'll render in. So I'm trying to remember which log I built it on. You would want to live here, but at the same time, no. That's why I kind of turned the hostility of the bugs off. Because this is such an enchanting little area. But bugs. Especially given the size of the bugs compared to you. Although, that may make it actually easier now that I think about it. One, they're less likely to sneak up on you because you can hear them coming. And two, they're larger, so it'd be like living with a bunch of, say, dogs and cats and other mammalian creatures of similar size. That may make it easier. Because part of the fear for bugs, for me at least, is their conniving sneakiness. And their multitude of legs. I can't do millipedes or centipedes. Oh no, storm. Fortuitous that we actually get to see one of these, too. And made it in time for my house. So, I mentioned earlier there are two kinds of storms in Smalland. There's the gentle rain where you can just kind of traverse and have a lovely little walk. But then there are storms like this, which is a thunderstorm. And if you get caught out in it before that warning, your small end or your small folk can actually freeze because the weather changes so rapidly. But in the bottom corner there, you can see I now have the blue icon showing that I'm sheltered because this is the little lodge that I made. We can actually observe the storm from here, and I can even go in first person mode. And it's best not traverse while that happens. So that actually gives me an opportunity, oops, to do this and go fetch a drink. So I'll be right back while we're watching our storm. Alrighty, let's see if I can get this back on. And let's see, where am I? There we are. And it appears we're back. Ah, thank you. Exit first person mode. let's see. Free my mouse again. It's weird how it blips out like that when I open that menu. I think this is the first game that I've seen it do that. So apologies for the dark screens. There we go. But as far as living with Smalland, I don't know, this seems rather drafty. It was meant as a nice little cottage, but given the windows and the very large doors, you definitely need a insulated sleeping bag, rather than whatever that little pathetic bed is. I admit I'm of the same vein of I would much rather be cold than too hot. Some of my cohorts in India, I think they were saying that the weather was 40 C the other day, so that's roughly 107 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know how they stand it. I would be a puddle on the floor. Yes, 40. I couldn't imagine. Yeah, I think, what is it? If I have my conversions correctly, 22 Celsius to about high of 70 Fahrenheit is about as high as I would like it to be. I'm very much cold miser. I rarely want to see a day above 60 degrees. The easiest way I understand it is you add 32 degrees. Because I think there's a division aspect of that formula as well, but I never remember it. So I just remember like for like. So I pick like specific points and bounce off of those. Like 40 being 170 degrees. I think that's close, yes. Because my problem is I also get it mixed up with Kelvin. I probably should have gone at a diagonal if I want to see the Elder. Yeah. I know I'm trying to remember the formula of where it's one of them plus 32 divided by 1/2. It's 80. Oh goodness. 32. I think in the 20s Celsius is closer to the 70s or 60s in Fahrenheit. It's been so long since I've had to do the conversions. I admit I cheat, and I have 2 thermometers set up on my laptop. That way I can just take a quick glance at it. Yeah, 20C. I have a what? 2 thermometers? Temperature gauges? for precisely this reason, of just to show that in conversations, because I have crew abroad as well, I want to be able to speak a language that's easy for all to understand. So I usually provide like the conversions for everything. Like when I give times as well, I have 2 clocks. One set for IST and one set for Eastern Daylight Time. So I try to be accommodating where I can. I don't know if it's busy, it's just more of laziness. Man, I can't be bothered to do the maths. Alright, so I guess I didn't have to seek the Elder's permission. Oh well. I used to like it. The problem I found, though, is while I'm studying something, I enjoy it. The moment I'm removed from it for a prolonged period of time, it slips from memory. So it's very much the old adage of use it or lose it. I have lost so much of it. Because once upon a time I used to be a math tutor. But don't ask me to do that now. It's been far too long. Of course, I much preferred, say, trigonometry and algebra over calculus. Why are you still showing up on my compass? Away with you. 'Cause I want to go to the secret door. Oh, you've been failing at them since you were young? But I bet you made up for it in other subjects. It's a little stereotypical, but those who don't like maths tend to excel at either the social studies or English, or language studies, rather. Like, one of the weird things for me was I always loved history studies, but I was terrible with dates. I could remember years, but apart from that, I only had vague senses of when things happened. I remember the events more. You excel in science? That was one of the biggest letdowns for me, is I loved studying chemistry. I was horrible at it. Like, in the labs, actually doing the experiments, I could do it. Where I failed the most was actually naming the compounds. Like, I could balance the equations and do everything on that side, but when it came to the naming conventions, it made no sense to me. I never got it. But chemistry, biology, physics, I always enjoyed studying. I think chemistry was my favorite because that actually had the kind of hands-on application to it. Because in science you need math, and you probably see a giant mushroom at my workplace. Oh no. That's because you got milliliters and milligrams mixed up. I was hoping we get here in the daylight, so we can actually see it. That's when you put in the Penguins of the Madagascar meme of kaboom. Kaboom. There it is. So let's see if my torches remained. As the secret tunnel's actually down here. And it was so frustratingly dark the first time I went through, or the few times that I went through here, I painstakingly went through and made a ton of torches. So I'm curious to see if they've remained. I think they have. I see them flickering. Yes. So my past efforts will reign true, because in your first time through the secret tunnel, it is pitch dark. But I went through and illuminated our corridor. So this is not your average experience. There is a giant beetle towards the end. And he scared the dickens out of me the first time I went through here. Because again, it's dark, you can't see anything. And see, I even made a campfire here. There he is. And this is where I meant where the campfires used to be permanently lit. Sadly, not the case anymore. But yeah, giant stag beetle. He scared me so badly. That's why I came back in here with all the torches. I don't know if I screamed, but I definitely dropped my controller. Because I am not a fan of bugs. And that was a big scary bug that makes noises. Thankfully the controller survived. It didn't have far to fall. But when you first come through here, this is their first sign of light. Because this is actually one of the secret bases of the apothecary we're trying to track down. As you can see, he's been up to some stuff. And I don't think I get any blueprints from here. Even though that looks like it could be blueprints. But I like his little setup. But onward we go. Because, like, again, we were talking about underground areas. Just look at the wall textures. I know it's something so simple, but that actually legitimately looks like dirt. And it may be because I've been playing Monster Hunter so much recently that textures are on the forefront of my mind. But it's just little things like this that are so nice to see. And I'm going to extinguish this torch here in just a moment. I'm waiting for it to burn out. But this is where you can see that the creatures have leveled up. Where we were was on that side of the bridge. The bridge was broke and we actually went underneath the water. If we had tried to, say, glide over, there would have been a falcon that would have appeared from that direction, swooped down and devoured our poor little selves. But you can tell we've leveled up in terms of enemies and things, because around this corner is a different kind of grasshopper that we can tame. See, it's a pinkish red. That one's just more pink now that I look at him. Level 15. And this torch is burning far longer than I thought it would. And it should go down here in a few moments. There it goes. Because again, it's one of those of, it's best to use that one to its finality than try to repair it, because you'll waste more resources. And again, just for sense of scale, looks scary. It is. They did a good job making the world feel intimidating. Because the other interesting note here is, this is where the game takes a slight turn. To this point, you've only ever had to fight creatures. But as it turns out, there is another kind of small folk that lingers the lands, and these do not worship the great owl. They worship the falcon. And they're hostile to us on sight. Because there was a schism between those who went into hibernation in the burrow and those who stayed above. And where I'm from the burrow, or at least a part, they don't take kindly to strangers because they see my presence as an act of war. When in reality, I'm just trying to save our queen. But where I'm technically invading their territory, they are concerned. There's a stink bug. I'm trying to see if this is the carousel. So I wonder if there's a bird nearby. And apologies, there is a spider on the horizon. There should be a nest nearby. Beat him. This is a black widow. See how pretty? Has her hourglass and everything. But she's huge. And I guess they made the winters colder, because usually I could get by with just wearing the bottom half of this armor and be considered warm, but not in this case. Very much so. Thankfully, I've not had any... Well, I've had a couple run-ins with them in real life, but very seldom. I think the main one that I recall was when we went back to my office for a little while, back when we had a physical office. One of my coworkers had been away for at least a week or so, and we came back to his cube and found one just kind of hanging out. Needless to say, we took her outside rather quickly. But here's another little interesting thing. Here's a road that once led into the park, but the road has since collapsed along with the light fixture. And this is our first real, like, to this point, we've seen, like, left toys in the park, or the bones of a person left behind. But this is a car that didn't make it back. So we're left to wonder, what happened to the giants? And I admit, that tree looks new to me. Because I'm used to seeing that one. That tree is new. I wonder if this is towards some of the new stuff. Maybe the campsite? I thought I would be further in. And there usually is... There it is. Say hello to the bird. This is the blue tit. This is a bird that normally fits in the palm of a hand of a human. I'm tiny. Oh, there it flies. We didn't get to hear it roar or squeak, rather. But it shakes the entire realm. And that's one that you can actually unlock as a mount. What you have to do is get a sufficient amount of pyrite and then negotiate your way to get someone to train it from an egg for you. And then you can fly around on the back of your bird. Which I have to admit, its controls are rather ungainly. But it's such a pretty little creature. I say little, and it's at least 4 times my size. So hello, little birdie. There's pyrite here. But yeah, I don't recall this tree, so I'm gonna go investigate this one. So I don't remember this. Ah, welcome back. You saw the sideshow of the bird? Oh, we'll see it more than once. Because there's at least a nest of them through here. But this is a new area, I think. I'm hoping it's the campsite. Because you can, for a little bit of late game spoiler, see that watchtower off in the distance? That's where the final boss is. That's actually an explorable area. Thankfully not a human, but its problems are caused by humans. Yeah, this is all new. 'Cause I don't remember a trash bin. So maybe I'm getting close. So I was hoping they wouldn't be out in the desert. Because I admit I'm not a fan of that area. It just seems so open and barren, which, haha, it is a desert. It should be. But where you go from such a lush and beautiful little forest to that, it's nice that they have the different biomes. But not my favorite. Yeah, this area wasn't here before. I don't remember the picnic bench. What's up here? I'm excited to find something new. There's the tent. I bet that's the campsite. I'll go explore up there next, but I want to see what's here. This is where some other creatures should lurk. So I admit I've got my head on a swivel looking for them. So I think one of them's a foe, and I think one of them you can even unlock as a mount. Let's see. Is that one? Or is it just a shadow? I think it's a shadow. Oh, it's a cockroach. Go away. You I've seen thousands of times. Because you have to farm them for specific armors. But where, oh where are my new little friends? Or at least hopeful friends. It's a jerry can. Can I climb on top? I can. At least to a degree. It might get too steep. Maybe nothing's here yet because I haven't advanced the quest. Don't know. What's this? Oh, a little lost toy. It really is. So they did a good job again with the seasons actually having a feel to them. I say there's still too much greenery. Well, green covered grass and things, but it may have been too hard to code to remove all that. I wonder if that's an out of bounds area. Because there's the gray lands over there in the fence. Oh yeah. The water is really nice. And they have a few waterfalls as well. Ah, sadly the small folk cannot swim, so you actually go through a drowning animation. You have a few seconds to try to get out of the water, but if you fail to do so, you don't quite make it. And you fade to black. Don't think I can get in here yet. They've got that locked behind a quest, I see. Oh, I know. They missed a golden opportunity to either 1, be able to swim, or 2, unlock a creature that allows you to swim, like, say, like a water strider or something. Or, like we saw, the merchant has a boat. I would love to build a house on the water. So I checked out the low tent. Let's see the high one. Let's do it again. I'm wondering, will I get to see anything? Or do I have to talk to an NPC or something? Oh, bloody cockroach. Go away. I see a foot. I see the thing that owns the foot. Poor human. At least their walkman survived. Well, it's actually an intact skeleton, too. Yeah, I am tiny. Can I have a Fern Gully moment? And pounce on this? Batteries are probably long since dead. At least he bagged up his garbage. Alright, so I don't see, unfortunately, what I was looking for here. Welcome in, Diomedes. How are you doing today? And the music is already legendary? Is it coming through alright? Because they actually have a pretty decent soundtrack for the game. So there's the campsite. Let's head on up to see if we see anything. I'm doing fairly well, thank you. Glad you're doing fantastic. I'm hoping Saturday's treating you well. We're exploring Smalland today to kind of check out the expansions I missed out on. What hesitation? Where I had to ponder how I was doing? What is that? That looks like maybe a surveying camera? Another beetle. Oh. I wonder if that's where the NPC will be. I hope so, because I'd like to see the new creatures. That's my goal of today, is at least see something new. Which, I suppose we did meet by actually seeing the campsite. Yes. That's the other thing the game does a really nice job of giving you visual indicators of like, I wonder what that is. I need to go check it out. And sure enough, this is where our NPC likely is, because this is new. Nice little bungalow. Let's see, who are you? Bonidel. There's a comment to be made there about your first introduction and she's wanting food, but I think I'll leave it at that. How in the world am I supposed to cook Forest Delight out here? I suppose that's why there's a tree nearby. Or you could have just moved bases, but... Ooh. Are you a lover? Or are you a grasshopper? It's a leprechaun. She does resemble one, especially with that getup. Pointy ears and red hair. Yeah, I'd say that fits. Ooh, that'd be nice to craft. I wonder if I can unlock some of those. I do like her little hut and the lights. So she wants Forest Delight. Do I even have the recipe for that? I know this is going to look silly, but let's see. Can I make a stove? Because I don't want to have to go all the way back to my base. I know I can't cook that from this. No. I thought not. Because that's going to be a long way back. I suppose I could scale one of the trees. Is that a bird's nest? I mean, it would make sense with the birds around, but... I don't have the recipe for an oven. That complicates things. Yeah, that looks like a nest to me. I'll scale it and find out. Forest Delight. I think I need a stove for that, in which case I need bricks and other things. Oh, that's going to be tedious to make. It may be worth the trip back. But then again, it may also be worth taming something to make that trip back a little bit easier. So, we may pause for some crafting. And this will give us another vantage point. So you can actually see that the area we're in is actually a national park. And the Forbidden Lands is heading more towards human civilization. You guys notice the streetlights above. Because this is actually on its way to the Barren Lands. They really did. Stylistically, I think this game will age very well because it has such a unique style where they didn't go for photorealism. Because it was this pretty in early access, and they've only since improved the texture qualities. Because it had the dynamic lighting and everything from the start. I think I will claim this tree, just to make things a little bit easier. But there's the watchtower. And I think I need to go this way. Oops. Bonked my head. Because the nice part is the mushroom patterns on each of the trees is about the same. So once you've scaled one, you kind of get a feel for it. There we are. Oh. Oh, I found the new birds by accident. I don't know if you can see it or not, but the camera shaking happens every time that they move. These are gorgeous little ones. Wait, come back. Let me admire you. So I guess I can't claim this tree because they already have. This is a chick. Beat his ass. I don't know if I've got the resources for it. Because I just have a crummy little wooden sword at the moment. Well, that's neat. I'm glad they included different kinds. I thought I saw a nest up here, which I suppose makes sense. Oh yes, and if you attack one, they both go after you. Beat both of them. Your confidence in my abilities is very flattering, but I don't think I could on this character, even if they are nerfed. There's the nest. I'm gonna be nosy. You see, in the original game, the great trees in the distance weren't all interconnected, and you had to scale them individually, but now they have branches that extend from one to the other, so it almost makes a highway from above. I wonder if this one... It surely shouldn't be connected to it. Is that a mantis? It is! I wanted to see one of these. Looks like there's two. I may get even more lucky. Because they added these later. I don't know if you can tame these as a mount, but it's nice that they're in the game. Because these are the ones that can come attack your base. Just a standard green mantis. It'd be nice if they had an orchid one too. But I got distracted. I wanted to go look at the nest. So I'm on the wrong branch. They don't look that menacing? I don't know. Their pincers might be pretty deadly. Excuse me, ladybugs. This does give you kind of an overview of the area we're heading towards. It's doing a little bit of a disservice at the moment because... Harvest? Harvest what? Oh, a sprig. That's new. It's doing a little bit of a disservice because it's actually covered in snow, so it makes it look more hospitable than it normally would. But this is usually a very acrid desert land. But I guess not at the campsite. That would be partially green. So if I head this way, we might be able to see a bit more of it. Because the last I played it, this great tree wasn't here. So you never really got a good vantage point to overlook this area. But beyond this fence line, see the fence down there, there are these turrets. You can see one kind of spinning. And that's a member of the Falcon community's watchful guard. So you spent all this time unlocking a bluebird to fly you into the barren lands, and then you have to be very careful not to lose said bluebird to see it shot down from those turrets. I think they'll even shoot at me if I'm just flying in. You can dodge it. It just makes it a little bit more difficult. So I can't claim this tree because the birds have it. But let me see if I can go across the way to the bird bath over there. Because that bird bath is actually the home of the individual who trains the bluebirds. There's the car. And you can see his little flock there now. Because last I played it, you only had this side of the park of where you have the... Again, once we get a little bit higher, you can see some of like the carousel, the slide, the swing set. I think that was the last great tree for a long time. This one's new. And I bet... I thought the campsite is where the mice were. But I haven't encountered them yet, so I'm thinking I have to advance Bonadell's quest a little bit further. And I'm debating on how best to do that. She wants a forest cake. And I have at my base back home the ability to make said cake. But that's a ways away. It looks like sunrise is on the way. And I overestimated how long winter would last. Because I thought it would be spring by now. And just made it. But you can see kind of the remnants of... It hasn't fully rendered in yet, but his birds have. And then you can see their encampment. I suppose winter is working in our favor so you can actually see things. Because normally this is very lush and green. But that's the bridge I was mentioning earlier of where beyond it is a tunnel. I wish you could traverse that and find bats. But sadly that bridge is horribly broken. and is meant to be an out-of-bounds area where it's something you can see off in the distance but can't actually approach. And for the longest time, the watchtower was as well, but they actually unlocked that right before the end of early access. Yes, I was lamenting. I wish they had bats in the game, because that would be an adorable and awesome mount to have. But sadly, no. And I don't think there's any plans on them either. Because I think I still can't fly across, because I've got to... In order to fly across, I have to get some stink bugs in order to deter the falcon from eating me. Which I suppose I can go talk to him since I'm up here. It'll save me the climb up. Oh, I know, I was sad, but the fact that you can get a bird mount is still really commendable. And as you can see, they worship the falcon, so everything's kind of Aztec-inspired or Mayan. Yeah, 500 hoots. And the exchange rate on that one was, I think, 20 pyrite for 5 hoots? So, fun math there. It took a long time to get that. And this is another kind of fetch quest / collectible. The Icarus wings are interesting because they do resemble a bluebird's, but with the added benefit of they can actually flap and give altitude rather than just using these wings like I have now for gliding. And oh, it got dark quick. But you can see the stars. So... I need stink bugs, and I need to make the cake. I don't have the ability to craft the stove, so I'll have to venture back to where I was. Oh, and you need pyrite stuff to do this. Ugh, goodness. Too low. See how pathetic my weapon is? This bug actually stands a chance against me. As nerfed as he is. I do so little damage against him. There's one. Oh, they didn't. I did. That's one of the nice things with Smallands is you can declare how aggressive you want the bugs to be or how impactful their hits are. And I turned all of those sliders way down. because I just wanted a fun little romp through the wilderness rather than something arduous and proper Souls-like. Just because I wanted a lazy game. But no, you can make this quite the ordeal. You can include heavy fall damage, starvation, inclement weather. It has a lot of customization to it. So again, it's another reason why I really like what they've done with it, because it has such modularity. Alrighty, sorry about that. It was little cat lunchtime. There we are. Perfect. Let's see if I can get my controls back. Oh, thank you. There we go. Yes, the little miss demanded her lunch. So I wonder if this tree is also inhabited already. I didn't particularly see any nest, but that doesn't mean when I get up here there won't be somebody already roosting. And I'm debating on whether my laziness should win out or not. On option 1, I have the idea to go back to my main base and see if I can make that cake. Or option 2, I could cause my character's demise and be teleported back to the main base. I don't particularly like doing that, but it's an option. Just depends on how lazy I am. As in early access, they had a really nice feature of where if you quit the game, it would put you back at your base. So you didn't have to worry about traveling too much. But I guess people were using that as an exploit, and so they removed it in favor of leaving you where you were. Which, I understand why they would do that as well. I think if I try to fly back, I'll get eaten because I haven't gathered enough stink bugs. Because I've only gathered the one. But we can watch the sunrise again. So what I think I'll do is I'll go back through the tunnel. But see those larger branches? Those weren't there originally. Each great tree was its own. But now it's got that connecting pathway. But as you can see from the fence line, they can kind of demark where the park ends and the desert begins. I'm hoping by the time we make our return trip, it'll actually be spring, so you can see how desert the region actually is. So if I try to fly straight across, the falcon will get me. So I'll go the long way. Which that's not the entrance. I think it's further through here. Which... Oh, wait a minute. Yes, that's essentially what they did, was they copied and pasted the trees. Which, if you don't unlock the wings for a very long time, you would never know. Because they did a good job with the rotations and the asset management of it feels like a legitimate jungle slash forest without too much repeat. And I suppose this feels like a lot of backtracking because I am trying to blitz it. A new player would just be enjoying the exploration. There's the lovely beetle. Pardon me. The depressing thing will be is if I get down here back to my base and I don't have the ability to make the cake. Because I think I can, but I'm not sure. Because I may have to do some grinding in order to level up my unlocks. Because that's what I get for trying to rush. Uh-oh, internet struggling? Hopefully that stabilizes soon, because I know that's frustrating. Any signs of spring yet? I don't think so. I think we're in for a little bit more of winter. Server overload? Ugh, that's the worst. Especially because it's something that happens beyond the borders of your home. So it's not even like it's something you could correct. Excuse me. No, that's a shame. Now say if you have the router nearby, sometimes rebooting it or unplugging it for a few minutes can purge its DNS cache and retrieve a new IP lease. But if it's beyond the router, then there's not too much that you can do other than fuss at the ISP. I take it you probably switched to mobile data? And here's the ants. Especially if there's an outage or a major event in the area. I've noticed on game nights in particular, where there's a popular sports event taking place. Stream takes a lot of data, so no. Understandably entirely. As I say, don't waste your data on this. As delightful as your company is, I don't want you to have any hardship as a result of it. I think this is heading towards the spider hollow. That is true, unless you have a plan that allows for carryover. Because I think I'm allowed to roll about 5 gigs per month. But not every plan offers that. And I admit I'm rather fortunate. I have a plan that has 5 gigs, but it also goes through and allows me to roll 5 gigs, so it's often the case that I have 10 at my disposal. but I'm in such a Wi-Fi saturated area that I rarely use it. AKA, I'm a homebody who never leaves. Alright. Oops, I did it again. Or I double-clicked. Or no, I think I just ran out of stamina for that one. Which base should I go to? I think the box one. Because the one on the log is nice, but I don't think I equipped it with anything. We'll go down to the box. That way I can actually see what I need to craft both the fruitcake as well as the, or forest cake, not fruitcake. Forest cake, and then possible taming equipment. So that'll involve tame, bait, and the works. Let's see how arduous that task will be. Because I am not looking forward to it, because it's no guarantee of success. But I need a forest cake. And I don't even think I have the recipe for said thing. There's tasty bait. What did she say? Forest delight. Wonder. Bring her some forest delight. The only way to distract her from whatever she's doing. I love how they've added a quest log. They didn't have that originally, so that's so nice to have. Forest delight. I need nectar, wild strawberries, and honey crumble. Nectar you get from purple flowers. Or sorrel. No, purple flowers or poppies. You can get nectar. And then wild strawberries are just out and about. Pin or unpin? Oh, that's handy. Used to improve traps to tame creatures. That's garlic leaf. Oh, that's a quality of life improvement right there. In the upper left-hand corner, you can now pin recipes. Oh, that's nice. I was reaching for my notepad to write that down, because they didn't have that originally. Can I pin more than one? I can. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. Because I don't believe I have any of the stuff on hand. Oh, well, first off, step away from that and actually use these. That way it doesn't take up inventory space. Did I make another one of those, or did it recover over time? Because it's showing as fully usable. I don't recall making another one. Unless it was repaired when I used that kit. Okay, so there's the lights and the vines that I unlocked. So there's the repair-free ones. And I did not use the repair kit for that. Interesting. So we need nectar, wild strawberries, honey crumble, insect fat, which I have, seeds you get from poppies. So we need quite a bit of things. I think we can do that for a little while. So I can go a little bit longer. I was hoping to see the mice and rats in this one, but I was very happy to see the other bird, excuse me. That was unexpected. I wasn't expecting to see them so soon. Because honey crumble should be up to our left. Wait till they drop in a chicken. Could you imagine a little small folk riding up on, say, a giant rooster? That'll teach the bugs to mess with me. I think these ones will drop nectar. Or no, these drop leaves. Wooden fiber. I think I'd be better off going for the poppies or the purple plants. Yeah, because I don't know if you know it or not, but roosters are scary. They're quite vicious with their feet. Although I'm more terrified of geese than I am roosters, but either way, don't befoul the fowl. There are roosters in your work area? Oh, so you know exactly then. They're just hanging out in the trees. That was one thing that kind of shocked me. A while back, a few of my neighbors had chickens, and I came home from work, and one of their white ones was high up in one of my trees. I couldn't figure out what kind of bird it was until it clucked. Because that was the last place I expected to see a chicken. I was thinking it was some kind of goose or maybe a enlarged duck. But nope, it was a chicken. They can actually fly pretty well. They can't sustain flight for long, but he flew up there. And it wasn't like it was a little sprig or a dogwood tree either. No, it was a full-on, I think it's an oak tree. I don't think it's a maple. But yeah, he was halfway up it. I was surprised. I suppose I should make my way towards the bees. There's the honey crumble, would be easier there. I think that would have elicited a scream, as big as that chicken was. No, thankfully he was across the yard from where I pulled in. That's part of the reason why it took so long to identify him. There's our beehive. I'm so happy I can have that on screen now. Right? Trying to remember, I think the poppies tend to grow a little bit further north. I think he did. The last I saw of him was he actually flew from the tree over into another neighbor's yard. I hope he ever went home eventually, but he was on quite the little adventure. Because I think his home is 5 or 6 houses down. So he was definitely a free-range chicken. Here's our poppies. There's our nectar. I'll go ahead and collect a little bit more because I need some seeds as well. And the petals are useful for decorations, and I think a few beddings use the petals. Oh, hello, bee. Please go away so I don't accidentally hit you. And then wild strawberries. I remember they used to spawn in a specific location, but I think they've rebalanced them and moved where they can spawn. I'll need to keep a weathered eye out. Which, I will say, I have a slight disagreement with what they call a strawberry in this game. Because I used to grow strawberries, and they don't grow upwards like raspberries do. They should be more ground-dwelling, but for game balancing reasons, I suppose, they have them where they're elevated, so you actually have to cut them down, similar to the poppies that I was just after. But strawberries grow on more of a tiny bush than a stalk like that. So I'll rant about it when we get over to them. And I need blackberries for the jam. Which, funny enough, the blackberries are found on the ground. So again, blackberries grow on a large bush that I would expect to cut down, not strawberries. So they have it backwards. And I'm trying to think where they might have them. There's blackberries. And again, so bright. Can I land here? 'Cause I think I had a base on one of these tables once upon a time. But see how they have the berries just kind of strewn upon the ground? This is how strawberries should be. But instead they have blackberries. Right? They did a really good job with the sense of scale. That's why I really encourage, if anyone's going to play this game, hold off on getting the wings. Because once you get the wings, the world shrinks a little bit. But as you're traversing it just on foot, it is enormous. I think those are more poppies. Again, minus the tinkering that they did post-launch, I still really like the game. And I may be overselling it in the sense of what the changes they made aren't horrendous, but I'm just so used to the original one of where you could bop a creature on the nose and it'd be tamed. I'm not too pleased with the changes they've made, having said not done it yet. So it may be just a dawdle of a thing, and I'm complaining over nothing, but we'll know here in about 10 or so minutes. Because I'm almost to the resources, I just need a few more things. Because the blackberries, I think I have enough to make the jam, I just need to go back to the cauldron to do so. But I know I need to find strawberries. I'm trying to recall where they used to spawn. And I don't think they have a limitation of where it is winter. The strawberries won't spawn. I think they will. Because blackberries should be lining the entryway to this, because this is the starting area, or at least the old starting area. And the strawberry patch should be... I know there's some near Scotty, but I'm hoping I don't have to go all the way there. I was hoping there might be some here. And I don't really want to plunder from the Great Owl, because I don't think they have strawberries there either. If memory serves, there may be something nearby of interest. So I think it's right around here. It's been a while since I've been through here, so let me double check. It is. So, we were talking about my base earlier being a nice square and sturdy. Here's the first base I ever built. Because this grasshopper, if you don't aggro him in the base game, he actually acts as a nice little protector. So this is my first ever base. I left it just so I can come back to it every now and then. But it had a campfire and then a little workbench on the outside. A little awning. And then just a simple bed and a chest. The chest I've since upgraded a few times, but... So I did make bait once upon a time. So yes, this was first base. Because I like the little dugout because it was right in the shadow of the owl, so I always knew where to find it. And I didn't yet know that you could build in the trees. So I just built at the base of one. Because it had a nice amount of resources around it where it had the sticks and the fibers. But now I'm on the hunt for strawberries. This is more mauve. Edible mushrooms. See if I can make it. Here we are. Those aren't strawberries over there. That's not quite where I came from, but... Oh yes, physics on the mushroom. It wiggles. And they even rebound a little bit when you cut them down. See what I mean? Where it just so much attention to little details that really enhance the gameplay, even though they're so small. Are those strawberries? They might be. Or might just be miscolored leaves, but let's go look. I think they were just leaves. And me wishful thinking. It really is a gorgeous little game, and I don't think it's on the expensive side either. I think Merge had a sale not too long ago, but I think it's long since expired. Uh-oh, my inventory's full. Well, that'll be a problem once I find strawberries. But that's a later me problem. But they don't charge full price for this game, I do know that. Especially given its age. Because I think it came out late 2022, and then full release in 2023, 24? It may have been 2023 full release came out. So, point of that ramble being is it should be on a relatively cheaper side of the gaming spectrum. Especially nowadays when they're upping the prices of so many new titles. Like I mentioned earlier, I did go ahead and pre-order Night Rain, and even though that one's a discounted one, $50 for the deluxe edition is still pretty steep. But I have a gut feeling that they're going to include expandable areas and costumes. So I'm hoping that if it is a game that I keep, that'll be worth its dividends. Right? And likewise, with the Switch 2 games being a minimum $80 USD, that's insane. There's wheat. Where are strawberries? Are there strawberries near the field? If not, I'm just going to make my way towards Scotty. 'Cause I know there's some near her. Maybe there. There's some bees. And the other nice thing with Smalland is even though it does have a lot of backtracking, because again I'm blitzing the game, it doesn't feel like backtracking. It feels just more like exploration. And it's very rare that a game gets that right. Because you don't have the audible groan of, oh, I've got to go back here. Now, granted, I did earlier just because I'm being melodramatic, but it's still a treat to explore. Because they make the environments enriching and interesting. So I thought there might be some towards the Greylands, but I may be mistaken. I may have replaced them with those, which I'm not quite sure what those are. So let's see. Make our way towards Scotty, I suppose. Because I know there's some just north of their camp. And I'm hoping to use the altitude in my favor. Oh, shoot. Well, this does give me an opportunity to show off something silly. This was an old trick from early access. If you get caught in the wild and there's a storm approaching, a piece of foundation is sufficient for coverage. I made a tiny house. So I'm now safe from the storm. Right? Although, I suppose in real life it kinda counts, because technically I do have something acting as a perimeter as well as a roof overhead, so I won't get wet. But I laugh every time I do it, because it's so silly if you put down one piece of foundation and that constitutes its coverage. And they do give you fair warning before a storm is broken. As the winds start to pick up, and like you can see with the grass how it's kind of rotating. you think? First person's a little bit better? I think so. Just about over. He's like, yes, I live under a hut. Thankfully, the storms don't last too long. But I'm thinking that last storm may have helped clear things up. So we may be entering spring. Which, I love the winter, but Smalland is gorgeous in the spring and summer. There's rye, which is useful for seeds. We should be getting closer. I see you would find remnants of humanity. Like, there's I believe, an old camera and a flash. But it wasn't until you entered the swamp in the Spiderland did you actually find skeletal remains. And then past that point, you get further in and start to see structures built by humans. Like, there's a sign there, but that was one of the earlier ones. There's the poppies. Where, oh where are my little strawberries growing? Looks like night's getting ready to fall again. I'm gonna flash for a moment. More mauve. I guess I'll make my way towards Scotty and then work backwards. Because I think there was a workbench I forgot to destroy here. There is. I forgot to clean up after myself. And Scotty's kind of neat because she's the animal tamer. And her fort is adorned with bones. And you can make armor at her. But earlier I did mention the crafting system that you can unlock through the guilds or factions. Let's see, we can... Here's the leather gliding wings that I mentioned. Ah, no worries, Resrick. Hope you have a lovely evening and get some wonderful shut-eye. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have a great evening. Rest well. Or oyasumi nasai. You won't see me next Saturday, but I will return after that. Well, I'll have to give you a proper good night. And perfect timing too, now that the moths are out. Rest well. Meanwhile, our hunt for strawberries persists, and we do so in the dark. Let me see if I can make a torch. But inventory's full, so let me take a quick gander at that and see if there's anything. I don't really want to drop that because I need that. I hate to waste these, but I think I can get by with putting my armor back on, because winter's leaving. And these, I suppose I can just use or drop. Because likewise, I don't necessarily want to drop the chitin. Although it's heavy chitin that you use for armors. And likewise, I'll drop the ant heads. The animal fat I need, so I can't really do anything there. But that should give me a little bit more room. Let's make a torch. And out of paranoia, because I haven't done that this entire gaming session, even though it says the game saved a few times, I'm always dubious. So, I'll have to remember I left some stuff near Scotty. Now, where are my strawberries? Because I'd like to accomplish that before end of the stream, is create the bait and possibly go after... And they were right there. Create the bait and possibly tame something to make our traversal a little bit easier for next time. And I redact my previous rant. These aren't nearly as tall as I remember them to be, and based on my character's stature, it makes sense that strawberries would grow like this, because this is about the size the bush would be. So, I stand corrected. That still doesn't excuse the blackberries, though. Because they should be on a similar vine, or at least have a bush nearby where you can tell that they had fallen. But where they're just in an empty area off by their lonesome, I suppose you could say that an animal carried them off. But my suspension of disbelief is not there. So, wah. A silly little rant over something largely inconsequential, because again, blackberries early on are essential to your survival. I'm trying to recall, I think it's from beetles that you extract a lot of fat. Ah, welcome in, Mystic. How are you doing today? Hope your Saturday's treating you well. This is probably over and above the amount of strawberries I need, but I don't want to have to hunt these again. I'm doing well, thank you for asking. I'm delighted to have you stop by. We're just playing some Smalland, gathering some resources, because I'm going to try to do a tame here in a little while. Oh, my poor axe. Probably should cease and go repair that. I think I have enough for the blackberry jam. So I suppose we'll head back. Let me unmark Scotty. Welcome in, Doddering. And yes, I admit this is a nice, cozy game to just kind of kick back and relax with. It's certainly a departure from the norm, but a welcomed one. Although I think they may have edited it recently of where the nights are even darker than I recall. I'm hoping it's coming okay on stream, because for me it's rather dark. Which I suppose it would be, so no complaints. Oh, Mystic, have you had a chance to play it? Because they just had a major update in that they finally released the stables, as well as there's a new bird. I don't know if it's a tame, per se, but I do know it's an overworld enemy. I missed out on the campsite update, so I got to see it for the first time this stream as well. Awesome. That's delightful to hear. Is one of my earlier rants is this is such a lovely title. I fell for it in early access, and I wished it had gained more popularity because it deserves every ounce of praise, with the exception of what they did to it in One But Auto. But again, I grouse, and it may not be as bad. So since you've played, what was your favorite aspect of the game? Mine was the kind of overworld exploration. That's why I admit I kind of nerfed my playthrough, where the creatures are non-hostile and they do very little damage when they do decide to attack. And it's usually because they have to rope them. You wouldn't by chance be one of the master builders. In which case, I apologize in advance. Don't judge me by my house. It was made for function rather than form. I think I may need to make a bank this way to get towards... Yeah, I've gone too far. I need to go back this way. At least a little bit. I think I can make that. So you enjoyed the open world aspect, and you love survival games, but you wasn't worried about building at the time? That's fair, especially where it has so many pre-built shelters. And I do love how open world this one is. Plus the environments are just gorgeous. So it does make it want you to, or it doesn't, excuse me, it does want you to explore it. And it lends itself very well to that. Do you typically play survival games? Oh, you beat it solo, and now you want friends to beat it with and actually tame everything? With the new taming system, that's going to be quite the task. I admit, I haven't tamed anything since early access, but I know it's no longer the case where you could bop something on the nose and call it tamed. You actually have to go through, make the bait, make the trap, and then hope it works. So, best wishes when it comes to taming things. In survival games all day long? What other ones have you played? Because I admit, I think Smalland is the first survival game I've played in a long time. Or get an egg. Yeah, I did read about that mechanic, but I honestly don't know too much about it. Yes, daughtering, that is very true. Where the survival games come in all shapes and sizes. The dark and gritty ones have their place, but admittedly, Smalland has charmed me in a way that I doubt many others could. But to get an egg, you can actually raise one, and then it's considered tame. If you love this one, you may like Grounded. I've heard that many a time. I've never played Grounded, but I admit I judged it harshly based on its theme, because it reminds me so much of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. And in this case, Grounded to me, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, you are an invading force into nature, where you don't belong and you're trying to conquer it and survive. In this one, in Smallands, it reminds me more of, say, Ferngully, where you're an aspect of nature, just trying to get along. So, on that thematic basis, I admit I was more partial to this one. But I'm glad to hear Grounded was also fun. I've heard good things about it. And I need to make a Force Delight. I might as well make 2, just for funsies. And then jam. Can I make here? I have strawberry jam, but not blackberry jam. Oh, I imagine. I think Grounded is more of the hardcore of the two, especially because in Smallands, you have the ability to change the difficulty sliders, like I did, of making the creatures non-hostile and their amount of damage they can do. In Grounded, do you even have that option? I think it's just preset of good luck. More challenging. And I'm pondering why I can't make blackberry jam, but I can strawberry. Such nostalgia for Ferngully. Oh, yes. I mean, you can't go wrong. You had Tim Curry and Robin Williams. I believe now you can change it since it's fully released. That would be a nice addition, just because it makes it more accessible to casual players. I know they did release a arachnophobic mode later. I did see that headline, which is also very nice. So I want to unpin that because I've made it. And it looks like I may not be able to do the delicious bait, but I might be able to do tasty. The spiders are huge. Oh yes, as they should be, in comparison to your size of creature. So I collected all those blackberries for naught. But let's see. I need garlic leaf. So I thought I had some in the chest nearby. Apparently I do not. Are these not? No, they're just standard leaves. Well then. And nothing wrong with that. I'd say play whatever's fun while it's fun. And it's always good to have a game in reserve knowing that it's like, well, It's now a dry spot in terms of games that I have, but I can always revisit this one. So I need delicious bait for that. Improved taming trap. And superb bait. I think you get superb bait from the elder. We do have a new bird. I have seen it. It looks very much like the other tit, but it is adorable in that it is solid brown with little white specks and really piercing yellow eyes. I don't know if it's tameable. I hope so. When I stumbled upon them, I didn't see them with any eggs, so I'm not sure. I'm hoping you don't have to go through the same arduous process you did to unlock the blue one. Because that is a lot of pyrite. Fiber string. Yeah, to be honest, that's why I started a new profile, because I have one that I've played since early access, and I unlocked the Bluebird, but I'm not too pleased with how they have a companion affinity system, and so if your tames aren't happy with you, they can leave, or what they've done with the stables, if there's a release button, very similar to a Pokemon box. I'm terrified of losing what I've unlocked there, because farming for that pyrite was abysmal, and I am loath to do it again. So maybe tasty bait and fiber string, as I don't know how to make jam yet, which is silly. This is my first time dealing with the taming system after early access, so I'm still trying to figure it out. Oh, and thank you for the follow. I don't have notifications configured on stream, but I got that one through. I'm glad to have you. Because it's here I make fiber string? Goodness, it's been a while. Because the other thing with the taming is your traps, I believe, can fail. So that's not a guaranteed thing. And then tasty bait. Do I have tasty bait? I do. And that's what I need garlic leaf for. Brr. So I need garlic leaf. And probably need to make another chest, because this one's quite full. But I can tell you what I can deposit. So you tamed a moth and a butterfly. To my knowledge, you can't use those as mounts. Do they just hang out around your base? Do I have any wood on me if I do that? I do. Yeah, sadly it just sits there and looks pretty. Nothing wrong with that. I would be happy to have a couple moths lingering around. It is such a shame that you can't mount a moth, though. I would have been overjoyed for that. Of course, I also wanted to unlock the Elder's armor, but that didn't happen, sadly. And likewise, the wings. I don't know if you've done the world event yet, where you can unlock the butterfly wings. I was so disappointed with those. One, because of their size, and two, because of their texture. To me, they look more like canvas than they actually are real butterfly wings they don't have the translucency that these do. So I was sadly disappointed with those. But the leather wings that you get from the World of End are nice. My other character was rocking those for the longest time. I'm thinking I'd like to tame something to mount, just to make travel a little bit easier, because I've been having to go back and forth so much. So that makes me think of either a grasshopper or a damselfly. Damselfly I don't think I'll be able to get with this kind of bait. I think, if memory serves, you have to get the supreme bait from the Elder. But he should have given it to me by now, because I've already gone through and met the merchant and the translator. So I'm not quite sure what happened there. Just likewise, the blackberry jam I don't have. So I might have to Google that one later and find out how I missed it. Because taming the grasshoppers are fun. They are rather unwieldy at first. Especially with their long jump ability. I was a little disappointed that you couldn't train a lubber. Just what I thought was just a giant grasshopper. Like, oh, that'd be nice to have. But sadly, no. And then the bees you can't... Well, you could probably tame, but they don't necessarily are mountable. It's a hornet that is. And I think I used that in my first playthrough. Because I went across to the park and got one of the black ones. I enjoyed that. You got all your tames through eggs except 2. That probably is the way to go. What 2 are you lacking? Or did you actually unlock all the tames, but 2 you captured in the wild? Because I may just have to go through the eggs, which requires an incubator, I believe? Because I have plenty of the blood spider eggs. I thought the butterflies did upon death. I could be mistaken, though. It may be like an insect thing. Ah, gotcha. Twigs. More mauves. And I think garlic is only by... Is it the Greylands? Ah, that makes sense. How about the praying mantises? Have you ever tamed one of those yet? And are they mountable? Mouse and the mantis? I was trying to get towards to see the mice, but I think I have to advance that NPC's questline a little bit further. Because I went to the campsite, but nothing was there. Oh, the mantis is mountable. Ooh, that's tempting. But I imagine you'll need the better bait or a higher incubator for them. And I worry that the mouse may have the same effect as, say, the bird, of where it feels like a T-Rex stomping around. But I haven't seen one yet. I went to the campsite and they didn't spawn in, just a few cockroaches. That's why I went back here to get the fruitcake. I wonder if by the campsite there is a closed door. I wonder if the mice are hiding behind there. Because I'm hoping it's a cute little thing to have too. I might have to, when I make my trip back, see what an incubator takes to build. And that might be something I do next time. I hadn't thought about the eggs. That would probably be easier than the unpredictable tame traps. And by which do you mean Tulala, where you can make the healing armor? Yes. I'm actually wearing the arm piece from that armor set. That was one of my favorite ones unlocked because the Spider Matriarch was a fun boss. It was absolutely terrifying the first time I fought her. Oh, you don't know where she is? Would you like a spoiler? Because I can show you on my map. Yes, please? Certainly. So if you look, kind of using the Elder as a waypoint, if you go straight down, there is a large tree with the Spider Matriarch. This is related to her quest line. And then if you go further south, you have to cross the river. There's a narrower passage through here where you can see the church. But if you snake down, or if you get from the top of this tree, you can sail down into the mangroves, and she's right here. Her cabin is kind of nestled in the woods, kind of like a bog witch, and it's nestled within the mangroves. If you see lubbers and water bugs, you're right on top of her. And what you do is when you find her, she'll ask for you to go fight the Spider Matriarch. So I would recommend just fighting it first and dragging the resource down to her. And that way you can unlock the armor. For the full set of the armor, do bring some superior potions with you that you have to get by felling frogs. Because I think it takes 6 for the chest piece. But the nice part is once you craft that armor, it'll continuously heal you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the only problem with the Spider Matriarch, depending on how you have your game set, is she is surrounded by her babies. And so it is a proper spider's nest. And she has a pretty wicked venom. So bring health potions with you. And then bring enough to spare to sacrifice for the armor crafting. But yeah, with the champion sword, should be trivialized. Oh yeah. If you've already got a scorpion, you should be fine. Because that thing's a tank. Well, happy hunting with that one. I'm glad to be of help with that. Oh, you have 2 of them? Oh no, she doesn't stand a chance. So yeah, on your hunting list, you want to get some frogs and the potions that you can make from their hearts. At least I think it's their hearts. And I'm going above and beyond with this one, just because I have other things that may use garlic as well. And I thought it was near the Greylands, because that's the fence post. And now I get to walk back. Yay. Although I probably should grab some honey crumble while I'm on my way. Oops. How many? 47. And on this, there used to be a part where the bees would have crumble on the ground near them, but I admit I haven't seen that for a while. Are you hiding it? I see resin. No. Oh well. We'll go this way. And then there's the sign for Smalland National Park. Which I admit, when I was playing, I always call it small lands. So I add the plural. And that is grammatically incorrect. It'll be in the combs now. I thought they did that. I've seen it in a few combs that I managed to get by Drulala, or Drulhala, however you pronounce her name. Which makes more sense. I was whining earlier about the blackberries being on the ground, but the strawberries being in a bush. But having honey in the honeycombs makes sense. Bees are far too organized not to. True, but that requires you to fight the bees, and I always feel terrible about doing so. The first time I unlocked the wings, I was like, I'm sorry! Because I tried to go after, say, the moths and the butterflies first, but they didn't drop wings. So, it was after bees, and in hindsight, I should have gone after hornets. Because I have less qualms killing those. Or fewer qualms. There's some comb. Will you have honey? Or are you just for aesthetics? It looks empty. I see no honey. Ooh. And there's some more stupid strawberries. Where are you on the map? I knew there was some over here. I have to remember that for next time. I had to go all the way down to Scotty looking for honey, or not honey, strawberries earlier. Well, those are really pale strawberries. They almost look more like raspberries. Yeah. I figured I might make a pit stop towards her as I make my way back down to the base. I may not achieve my goal yet, because it is getting late in the stream for me. Then I'll see what I can do. Some stamina there. Walk the tightrope across. It is nice that they have this little branch that you can kind of use as a launching pad. As long as you don't do something like that. So let's see. And I was thinking about it earlier, you mentioned about co-oping with others while playing Smallands. Have you joined the Smallands Discord by chance? Because I know they have a Let's Play Together section. They also have a stunning array of beautiful displays that people have made. I can't get over the creativity of the community. Here I am with my little hut, like, yay, I made something. And then you look over and they've got a cathedral. It's like, oh, never mind. And I should be getting close to her, because I think she's near the picnic tables. I might have to circle down a little bit. Of course, I'll laugh. Once I get back to base, I'll realize I don't have anything for the incubators. Nor do I have any eggs that I would want to tame. I wonder how you get a mantis egg. Probably killing a mantis. So this should be the hornet. I see comb. Do you have any honey? I see 3. Alright, there's a little bit. There's way more. There we are. Yeah, it is nice seeing it in the comb. It looks like we're going to be treated to another rain shower. Hopefully it's just rain rather than full-on thunderstorm, because we've had, I think, 2 full thunderstorms this stream. And I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to go into her house and loot. I know you can grab that one. And it makes sense for so much honey to be around here, because she, 1, not only has the bees, but 2, she has the poppies to help supply it. Pause for a moment, and continue our flight down. I suppose I could climb that tree as well. But as far as weaponry goes, I realized how woefully the wooden weapons are compared to where I am. That, and I haven't been leveling like I should be. So I want to remember I don't want to go to the log cabin. I want to go down to the box house. That's where all my equipment is. I admitted I cheated a little bit on this playthrough in that I took my leveled up character and made some provisions, such as the equipment and other things to make things with. So I did a disservice to this character by not letting it level as normal. So I think we'll do 2 things. Let's make the tasty bait. At least one of them. Not that. Oh, I hate the controls. Why? I am pressing A. That's why, even though it shouldn't be. I think that's A and that's B. Or I've just lost my mind. Oh, I had something pending. What did I have pending? The thing for the NPC. I lost my mind. That's all there is to that one. So now I suppose, what does it take to build an incubator? Used to incubate creatures. Fetching from one nearby stash. I don't know if I want to do by stash, because I've got the stupid little spiders from there. Must be placed in your great tree. Well, all the more reason to climb said great tree. After I do this. Maybe 2 more tasty baits. And then maybe 2 traps just to test. Attack nearby creatures are tracked. When a creature comes in contact with a trap, it's incapacitated for a few seconds. You need to deploy a taming trap and lure them into it. And from your trustworthy companion. Okay. So it doesn't say that I have to wound them beforehand, like you did in early access. But even still, I'll go ahead and equip this. As weak as it is, it's still better than nothing. And then unequip that recipe. And take a quick little nap. I am glad that they left this alone. Although it's not as jarring as it once was. In early access, you would hit the bed and then immediately stand back up well rested. There, we've had a nap and we've had some breakfast. Let's go scale a tree and see if we can't get a mantis. I probably can't, given the bait that I have, but worst case, maybe I can get an egg. Maybe. I honestly don't know. Let's find out, though. Because I would like something as a mount. That way I don't have to manually walk everywhere. And the grasshoppers I find aesthetically pleasing are further inward. So I'll hold off on those for now. Because while the classic green one, there's nothing wrong with it. The darker coated ones I like. And that's not a great tree. No, that's just a big tree. But spring has returned. There's a great tree. See if I can scale that one. Because I don't even remember where the last great tree I claimed was. Not that I built anything atop it. We'll briefly pass through my log cabin. Which I intended, honestly, to be the base for this character, but then I realized a fatal mistake in that while I built atop the log, I didn't really give myself a lot of room for the equipment I would need. So that's why I built down by the pond. And while I liked the log, especially after they added all these extra mushrooms, because those weren't there when I last played, I realized I didn't have the expansion that I was hoping for because with the foundations I had at my hand, I wonder if the metal ones would let you build out a little bit further, but I didn't manage it. And there's garlic growing right there. That's why I built there. And it's at the base of a great tree. So it was an optimal spot. We kind of blitzed through it, but it is a nice little shack. I especially like its scenic views. I wonder, do I have to scale this one or can I talk to you and claim it? And now we just have to wait for the... Are you gonna come down or do I have to call you? That is nice. I thought I'd have to scale it again. And there's our little airlift. And we get a nice little scenic view as we rise. There's the great owl. Alright. So, we've claimed it. Now I should be able to make the incubator, which I'm going to be very lazy and see if I can just make it here. Oh, let me fix that. At least turn it right way around. And it doesn't appear like I have anything on me to tame, so, or nothing for the incubator. Goodness. Get out of that view. I pressed all the wrong buttons. I do like how it has kind of a dream catcher. That's something I used to adorn my old house with. And now, I wonder if I can find a mantis up here. Because I did encounter some, but they were further in the park. I don't think I saw them on these tree branches. So they may be later. Let's see. There's a bee. And I did see like 2 or 3 of them all clustered together last time, so keep an eye out for movement. There are some saplings, which I didn't know you could also cut down. And I don't suppose they would be too close to said bee. I think the last ones I saw were near ladybugs. There's a beetle. I think those are distant mushrooms rather than mantis. No, there's a mantis. Can I get there from here, though? We'll get to see what these traps do. And again, they may do nothing because the tier of bug may be insufficient for the trap that I have, but let's find out. Now, the question is, which branch were you on? There you are. Now, let's see how silly this is. Well then, that was easy. I would like to pet said mantis. I have a buggy. Yay. Ride's a little smoother, similar to the grasshopper. I am going to get it closer to the ground, though, before I try to do anything fancy with it. So there's the tree over there. And it does seem to have a bit more stamina than I do. I can't believe that worked first try. That is pure streamer's luck. Alright, so now we've got a little bit more room. What is that? Dismounts. So he's got a little bit of bounce. Not quite like a grasshopper. Wait. Let's go to mount. You don't think you've seen that before? Neat new friend? It really is. I'm scared I might hurt my friend, though, with fall damage. So I'm not quite sure how to get down from here. Because mantis actually have wings, but I don't know if they coated said wings. So maybe it's best if I do... Well, we're about to find out. Oh, look away. Splat? No. Oh. Sorry for the noise on that one, but I was afraid my little friend was about to be smushed. Alright, so, mission accomplished. What special things does he do? Oh, he attacks. Which I suppose I should have expected, because I'm mantis. So that's probably heavy and then light attacks. And I can still do my echo there. I don't know if he's necessarily faster than I walk, but still interesting, because the grasshoppers would jettison them across the map. This little one seems to be a little bit more manageable, but he does seem faster, so I just have to make sure that doesn't harm him, because water is bad for both small folks and buggies. Oof. He does jump pretty well. I'm stuck. There we are. Well then, that worked out nicely. I wonder if they have different color of mantis. Because again, the emerald green is lovely, but it kind of blends in. And as far as a first impressions of the taming go, I will admit a bias in that it was successful my first go, so take that with a grain of salt. But crafting the materials and laying the trap wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I was expecting to go through 5 or 6 traps, kind of like Pokeballs, in the hopes of catching a creature, but that seemed to work relatively well. Again, I was successful my first time, so I don't think that that's a fair comparison. But we achieved the goal. And this little guy is so fun to watch. It really is. I enjoyed having a grasshopper for the longest time, because while the bird is fun, it was ungainly to use. Same thing with the hornet. Flying with those was a bit arduous. And I don't know if it was just player issue of where I couldn't get the controls down or what, but I much prefer the land crawling ones. The problem with the grasshoppers, though, is they could jettison themselves halfway across the map without too much exaggeration. This little one has a more reasonable jump. I wish that he had a kind of glide, though, because he does have wings. But I think they prioritize the combative nature of the mantis. But either way, I'm quite happy with that. I think what I'll do is, given the time, how long have I been going? I think I will call it here. I've made it back to base. Pet and inspect. So he's sturdy. Reduces damage taken. So he's not quite a tank as the scorpion, but decent. And very cute. Tells you can distance between you comes too great. No aggression. Passive works, because, again, I don't want him getting into too many fights. I just pet him, so I think that's all we can do there. Alright, so, mission accomplished. We've seen at least one of the new creatures. I didn't get to see the mice this run, but I did get to see the brown bird, which is delightful, and we got to explore the new campsite. But I think this is where I will conclude my stream for the day. Thank you all who were able to join me on this venture through Smalland. I definitely appreciate the company. As a heads up, I will not be on next Saturday, as I have a few other engagements I have to take care of, but I should be back the next one following. And I'm not quite sure what game we'll be playing just yet. It may be more Smallands, or maybe something else entirely. But either case, I do hope to see you all again, and look forward to chatting with you all in the future. Well, take care and hope you have a very lovely rest of your day and an even better weekend. Be safe and be well.